Chapter 663. The Netherworld Barrier was the boundary between the Netherworld Ghost Emperor and the sea. After rushing out of the Netherworld Ghost region, Wu Maji did not stop. She grabbed Yang Dingtian with one hand and Dishi Bian with the other and flew towards the northeast at full speed. Even though Wu Yuming chased after them with his fastest speed, by the time he rushed out of the Netherworld Barrier, Yang Dingtian and the other two had already disappeared without a trace. Wu Yuming was instantly enraged. He fiercely slashed at the sea with his sword. Bang! Suddenly, monstrous waves appeared on the surface of the sea. Vulture had never seen Wu Yuming with such a fierce expression, or rather, it was somewhat sinister. He had always been gentle and refined. He would never show such an expression. "Husband, what's wrong?" Vulture asked in surprise and concern. Of course, he was more surprised because Wu Yuming's expression was very contrary to his character. "Oh, it's nothing." Wu Yuming sighed and said, "The Netherworld Ghost Emperor's soul is possessing Yang Dingtian's body. He is the most evil being in the world and relies on devouring the souls of the dead to survive. From now on, a calamity will befall the world." Then, Wu Yuming returned to the Netherworld Barrier and asked in his heart, "Your Majesty, what will happen after Yang Dingtian devours the Netherworld Ghost Emperor?" "Perhaps in 100 years or a few hundred years, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor will return to his previous strength and return to the Netherworld Ghost region to fight for my position," Wentian said. "Then what about Yang Dingtian? Will he become stronger because of this?" Wu Yuming asked. "No. For Yang Dingtian, it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a disaster," Wentian said. In the blink of an eye, Wu Maji brought Yang Dingtian and flew 1,000 miles away. Then, the three of them stopped on the surface of the sea. "Husband, did your cultivation increase?" Wu Maji anxiously asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "I didn't feel anything." "Wow! To think that there are so many puppet battle souls here. To me, this is truly a delicacy." Suddenly, the Nether Ghost Emperor's voice resounded in the air. You're not in my body. Where are you?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Enter your body. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm a soulless soul. Once I enter your body, I won't be able to come out." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, "I'm inside your soul ring." "What? You are actually inside the soul ring?" Yang Dingtian exclaimed, then raised the soul ring in his hand. "Yang Dingtian, your inventory is really not bad, a bunch of Great Master and Great Master souls, you even have Saint rank and Monarch rank souls, you have really impressed me." Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, "Then I won't be polite. Hey, you're not allowed to touch the souls inside." Yang Dingtian was immediately shocked. Not only was there Senior Master Leng Qingqian's soul inside, there was also the soul of the Holy Level Ice Spirit. "Hee, you think I won't touch them just because you don't want me to?" The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed coldly, "Since I'm living inside, then everything in this soul ring belongs to me." "Bastard, I saved you, how dare you bite the hand that feeds you?" Yang Dingtian said angrily. "What did I do? It's not like you don't know." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed coldly. Then, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor opened his soul-devouring mouth in the soul ring, wanting to devour all the souls inside. Yang Dingtian was completely powerless to stop it, he could only be angry for no reason. In an instant, all the souls in the soul ring were devoured by the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Then, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed complacently. The more painful Yang Dingtian's expression was, the happier he was. "Yang Dingtian, I didn't ask you to save me, you wanted to save me, haha." The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed loudly. However, after a while, he felt that something was wrong. After devouring all the souls, he found that his energy did not increase at all. Then, he clearly felt that he could only devour the souls into his stomach, but he could not digest them and turn them into his own energy. These are all living souls, not undead?" The Netherworld Ghost Emperor asked. "What's the difference?" Yang Dingtian asked. The former means that the person is not dead, but the soul has been extracted by you. The latter means that the person is dead, and the soul has dispersed and turned into an undead. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. These are all puppet battle souls. The person is not dead, so I extracted their soul. Yang Dingtian said. How can you do this? How do you expect me to eat these living souls? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was furious. He then spat out the puppet battle souls. They were still intact. This time, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to laugh. He sneered, you deserve it. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said coldly, since that's the case, then there's no need for you to stay here. Let's go, I'm going out to hunt. After saying that, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor flew out of the soul ring. Ah! Just as he flew out, he was illuminated by the light of the two suns. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor suddenly let out a shrill scream, and then the soul on his body quickly dissipated. He then quickly entered Yang Dingtian's soul ring. Bastard, damn the two suns, one day, I will tear you apart, I will crush your bones. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor crazily said. Then, he continued to rage in the soul ring. After a full quarter of an hour, he finally accepted his fate. From now on, he could only live in Yang Dingtian's soul ring. Yang Dingtian, let's make a deal. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. Speak. Yang Dingtian said. You go and kill people, the more the better. Then, when they turn into undead, I will devour them before they go to the ghost hell region. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. In your dreams. Yang Dingtian sneered. After I purify the energy I devour, I will give you 30%. How about it? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. In your dreams. Yang Dingtian said. Then you can't let me stay in there forever and not be able to devour even a little bit of energy. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. Yang Dingtian said, it's very simple. Sometimes, I will meet enemies. I will kill them, and then you can devour them. How many have you killed in total? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor asked. About 1 million. Yang Dingtian said. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was overjoyed and said, good, good. The people I just killed were fresh undead, and the ones I devoured were more effective. But it's a pity that the war is over, and I will only kill very few people in the future. Yang Dingtian said. How can that be? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said sternly, how can that be? You can't. You can't. You must kill, the more the better, and the higher the cultivation of the people you kill, the better. Even if there are no enemies, you must kill the enemies you create. Stop dreaming. Yang Dingtian said, how about this, I will make a promise. Speak. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said angrily. You know that my wife is a 7-star spirit master, and when she is lucky, she can summon Grandmaster level undead for you to devour. Yang Dingtian said. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was overjoyed and said, good, good. Let her summon them immediately, and I will reward her greatly. Then tell me, what is your cultivation level now? Yang Dingtian asked. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said angrily, my cultivation level is not even half of what it used to be. After devouring tens of millions of undead, I only recovered 10% to 20%. In the end, I was completely destroyed by those undead and undead. You just have to tell me, what is your cultivation level now? Yang Dingtian asked. I am still at the saint level. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said angrily. Good. How much energy did you lose when you ran out? Yang Dingtian asked. About 1%. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. How about this, I will provide you with a Grandmaster level undead, and you will owe me 1 attack. Yang Dingtian said, if you encounter a dangerous situation, you will attack at my command. In your dreams. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said sternly, the energy of a Grandmaster level undead is not enough for me to use every time I come out. 10 Grandmaster level undead, or 100 Grandmaster level undead, in exchange for one attack, is more like it. In your dreams. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, 2 Grandmaster level undead, and you will attack once. Impossible, impossible. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said angrily. Finally, the two of them bargained with all their might and finally settled on 3 Grandmaster class departed spirits in exchange for the Netherworld Ghost Emperor to help Yang Dingtian once. According to him, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor could still earn 2 undead. At this moment, Moj suddenly whispered into Yang Dingtian's ear, "Dark Mystic Flame." Yang Dingtian immediately understood what Wu Maji meant. This two-faced woman wanted Yang Dingtian to use the dark mystic flame to devour the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's energy. Even if only 1% of a saint-level expert's energy entered his sea of qi, it would be extremely shocking. If Yang Dingtian had already broken through to the Grandmaster level, he would be able to break through to the mid-level Grandmaster level in an instant after devouring the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's energy. However, Yang Dingtian's dark mystic flame was still in a deep sleep. Of course, even if it had awakened, Yang Dingtian might not necessarily devour the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's energy. This was because the Netherworld Ghost Emperor was probably more important than the energy. If Yang Dingtian won the world-ending war in the future, the Wentian Association would use all their means, even if they had to sacrifice all the low-level undead to tear apart the Netherworld barrier. At that time, countless half-saint and saint-level undead would rush into the chaotic world, and the Netherworld Ghost Emperor would be the only chance to save them. Therefore, even if it was for his own benefit, he had to make the Netherworld Ghost Emperor stronger as soon as possible. And the most direct way to become stronger was to devour the undead. Coincidentally, his baby Ji was a 7-star master-level sorcerer. The more dead people there were, the more undead she could summon. Sigh, looks like I'll have to stay by your side more often in the future. How annoying. Moj pouted and said in disdain. Yang Dingtian looked at her pouting lips and couldn't help but kiss them. Alright, we should go. Otherwise, Dongli and the Netherworld Ghost Emperor will catch up. Yang Dingtian, Moj, and Moj headed northeast. Along the way, there were only boundless seas and no undead. In order to make the Netherworld Ghost Emperor stronger as soon as possible, Yang Dingtian planned to go to a few places with a lot of undead. The first place was the southwest continent's Blackwood Valley. Nearly 200 years ago, this was where the Tiando League's army, the Southwest Alliance's main camp, was located. The Tiando League's biggest traitor, Li Tianshao, poisoned the Wooden Sword Castle's master, all the elders, and the 500,000 soldiers of the Southwest Alliance. It was the biggest massacre at that time. Therefore, there were definitely a lot of undead here, enough for the Netherworld Ghost Emperor to devour. At this time, Moj didn't need to use the demonic spirit mist cloak anymore. Yang Dingtian flew in a circle in the air and let out a whistling sound. This was because he had told the demonic Vulture King to come here a few days ago to pick up Yang Dingtian. After half an hour, Yang Dingtian saw a black shadow. The demonic Vulture King flew behind him. Yang Dingtian had run more than 1,000 miles away to avoid Wu Yuming. The demonic Vulture King was waiting in the sea not far from the Ghost Hell region, so it was behind Yang Dingtian. After flying closer, Yang Dingtian suddenly noticed that there were bloodstains on the demonic Vulture King's body. Upon closer inspection, there was a deep wound on its neck that was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood was flowing all over its neck. Yang Dingtian immediately felt great pain. He quickly flew up and hugged its neck, angrily asking, "Who was it? Who hurt you?" The demonic Vulture King couldn't speak. It bent its neck and wings and flew in a circle in the air. This was the Vulture Palace's way of flying. In other words, the one who heard it was the little Princess Vulture. That hateful woman. She actually vented her anger on the demonic Vulture King. Yang Dingtian suddenly became furious. Then, he took out a pill and rolled it on the demonic Vulture King's neck to heal the wound. Then, he used a needle and thread to sew the deep wound needle by needle. The demonic vulture king intimately rubbed Yang Dingtian's face, then raised its head and called out twice. Quack, quack, then, he straightened his body and walked upright on two shaky legs. It was imitating the way Yang Dingtian's son, Big Bao Bao, walked. The sound it made was also the sound of Bao Bao's laughter. It meant that for more than a month, it had been playing with Bao Bao. Yang Dingtian could imagine that Bao Bao and Yang Yichen must have played crazily. The three of them sat on the demonic vulture king's back and gently patted its shoulder, indicating that it should fly home. In the end, the demonic vulture king shook its head gently, then raised its head and let out a cry. It hovered in the air as if waiting for someone. You want to wait for Vulture to come out and let us vent your anger for you? Yang Dingtian asked. The demonic vulture king still shook its head. However, the answer was soon revealed. From the south and east, two more black figures flew over. On the two demonic vultures sat his master, Dongfang Minmi, Qing Dabii, and Shadowless, the three martial grandmasters. Little Tian. Dongfang Minmi saw Yang Dingtian, and his tired and worried face finally relaxed. They had been waiting for Yang Dingtian here for a while. However, they did not have a shaman spirit master, so they could not enter the ghost hell region. They could only wait outside on the sea. Seeing Wu Maji, Dongfang Minmi was startled, then smiled and said, Maji, you're here too. His voice was very warm, and his gaze was very kind, as if he was looking at his daughter-in-law. Maji's face turned red, and she said in a sweet voice that she had never used before, Wife Maji greets master. At this moment, the sound of several black vultures rang out. Wu Yuming and the others flew out from the direction of the ghost hell region. Wu Maji's face turned cold as she said, Husband. Vulture just injured our demonic vulture king. We should teach her a lesson and get justice for our demonic vulture king. Chapter 664. When Wu Yuming and the others saw Yang Dingtian, their faces were gloomy at first, but they quickly calmed down and bowed to Dongfang Minmi. Junior Wu Yuming greets sect leader Dongfang. Dongfang Minmi nodded calmly. Although his cultivation was not as good as Wu Yuming's, he still maintained his arrogant attitude. That was because he had died 10 years ago. Otherwise, with the power of his sword soul, he would not be afraid of Wu Lingzi and Wu Yu. Wu Yuming rushed forward as fast as he could to intercept Yang Dingtian and even kill him. That was because he had 3 martial grandmasters with him. But now, Yang Dingtian had 4 martial grandmasters with him. If they fought, he would not have the upper hand. Furthermore, he saw that Yang Dingtian's cultivation did not skyrocket after devouring the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, so he was slightly relieved. Brother Yang, you have devoured an evil being. Take care of yourself in the future. Wu Yuming said. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, When you say this, you must feel very awkward in your heart. But you have to say it. Wu Yuming's expression turned ugly. Yang Dingtian was right. Right now, Yang Dingtian had already seen through his trump card. His identity wasn't the Sea of Hades' young lord. To put it nicely, he was the Demon King Wintian's adopted son. To put it bluntly, he was the Demon King Wintian's loyal dog, Li Ming's defeated opponent. Therefore, it was really awkward for him to say such righteous words. However, in order to fit the image of him in Vulture's heart, he had to say it, so it was definitely awkward. Goodbye. Wu Yuming glanced at Yang Dingtian and was about to leave. Wait. Wu Maji suddenly shouted coldly. Wu Yuming said faintly, Madam Ning, is there anything else? He called her Madam Ning because he wanted to disgust Wu Maji and Yang Dingtian. Wu Maji's gaze turned cold, and she said coldly, Wu Yuming, what are you talking about? Did I just fall in love with someone else? What's wrong? I did remarry, so what? Suddenly, Wu Yuming's face became very ugly. In fact, he regretted it as soon as he said the words Mrs. Ning. He was the young master of the Sea of Nether, one of the successors of the Tiando League. How could he engage in a verbal battle with Wu Maji? No matter what, he had lost. Wu Maji, don't be so arrogant. Vulture stepped forward and said coldly when she saw that her husband was frustrated. Vulture, have you told your husband? You had an affair with Qin Ji. You even took advantage of the time when my husband was unconscious to do those unspeakable things. How can you be so despicable? Wu Maji said. Immediately, Dongfang Minmi turned his head awkwardly and pretended that he did not hear anything. After all, he was an elder. It was really awkward to hear this in front of his disciple and his disciple's wife. When Wu Maji said that, Vulture's face turned pale and became extremely ugly. He immediately looked at Wu Yuming. Wu Maji, don't slander me. Vulture said sternly. It was still the same sentence. How sensitive was Wu Yuming? When Qin Ji said those words, he could still treat it as slander, but it had already become a knot in his heart. Now, with Vulture's reaction, he could tell at a glance that it was true. Immediately, his heart twisted into a ball, and an incomparable anger surged. At this moment, no words could describe the hatred and resentment he had for Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji. Wu Maji said again, Vulture, did you injure the demon Vulture King? So what if I did? Vulture said sternly, it's just an animal. Why can't I vent my anger on it? Wu Maji flashed forward and pulled Vulture dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. Slap 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 slap, then, like lightning, Wu Maji slapped Vulture dozens of times on his face. Then, she slashed down with her sword and chopped off Vulture's right hand. Vulture's face was instantly red and swollen, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His entire right hand was chopped off at the wrist, and blood spurted out. Immediately, Vulture let out an incomparably shrill cry. In front of Wu Yuming, his wife was slapped dozens of times and her wrist was chopped off. What kind of humiliation was this? Wu Yuming was instantly enraged. She pulled out her sword and rushed over like lightning, wanting to stab Wu Maji to death. But Wu Maji had the demonic spirit mist cloak, so how fast was she? She returned to Yang Dingtian's side in an instant. Vulture touched her bare wrist and cried out in shock. Wu Yuming quickly picked up her right hand that had fallen off and pressed on the broken wrist. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, her broken hand and wrist reconnected and healed. Wu Yuming said in shock, You were implanted with an evil spirit. Vulture nodded with a complicated expression. After being implanted with an evil spirit, her life was completely in Wu Maji's hands, so to her, it was a complete humiliation. But if not for the evil spirit, she would have died a few times. But she did not dare to tell Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming's expression became extremely complicated. After a long time, he walked step by step to Wu Maji and said slowly, Yang Dingtian, you have to give me an explanation. What explanation? Wu Maji said, Your wife was the one who made a mistake, who can you blame? If her mouth was not cheap, would I have hit her? If her hand was not cheap, would I have cut it off? You can't discipline your own wife, and you want me to discipline her for you? Do you want my husband to fulfill the duties of a man for you? These words stabbed Wu Yuming's sore spot. At this moment, Vulture could not see, his gaze became extremely vicious and said slowly, Wu Maji, you will pay for what you said today, right? Price? What price? Your wife's life is in my hands, whatever you do to me, I will pay you back tenfold. Wu Maji said indifferently, What you mean is that Vulture is still useful, so you don't dare to do anything to me. If one day Vulture is no longer useful and you don't care about his life anymore, you can do whatever you want to me, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Vulture's expression changed again. Wu Yuming regretted it again, he should not have argued with Wu Maji, this woman was too smart and too cunning, directly saying what was in his heart, it was easy to arouse Vulture's suspicion. Wu Yuming said coldly to Yang Dingtian, are you going to hide behind a woman so incompetent? Do you dare to stand out and take some responsibility? If a man is incompetent, he can only let a woman take charge. Yang Dingtian said with a shrug. Wu Yuming hated Yang Dingtian to the bone. Every time Yang Dingtian trampled on himself, there was nothing he could do. Yang Dingtian, you are shameless, but I am. Wu Maji's face turned red, and she said, Wu Yuming, my husband is a good man, he is too honest, he is at a disadvantage when dealing with you. As for me, I am as bad as you, so the two of us are evenly matched, so let me do it. Then, Wu Maji said to Yang Dingtian, husband, if I were Vulture, and my arm was cut off and I was slapped dozens of times, what would you do? Yang Dingtian said, charge up and fight. What if you can't beat the opponent? Wu Maji asked. Still fight. I am a hot-headed person, I can do anything, I don't care about the consequences. Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji smiled and said, spiritual vulture, take a look. You were slapped dozens of times and your arm was chopped off, but your husband didn't even dare to fart. My husband, on the other hand, is dozens of times weaker than your husband in cultivation, but he dares to charge up and fight. So, this husband of yours is a hypocrite, he only knows how to talk. Vulture's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Wu Yuming. Wu Maji's words pierced the deepest part of his heart. That's right, it was like that. Yang Dingtian's people were affected, and even if Yang Dingtian died, he would still charge up and fight. Wu Yuming, on the other hand, did nothing. Wu Maji was a woman who seized every opportunity to sow discord. Vulture, why don't you divorce this man and be my sister? I know that you and my husband have feelings for each other. Furthermore, the two of you have intimate relations. You were the one who initiated it. While my husband was unconscious, you did many things that no one knows about. You are only one step away from being husband and wife, said Wu Maji. That was pure nonsense. In order to sow discord, Wu Maji was willing to do anything, such as swindling and cheating. Moreover, she described it in such detail, and it was so vivid. Vulture, on the other hand, was still thinking about why Wu Yuming didn't help him. He was really all talk, and the more he thought about it, the more he didn't react to Wu Maji's words. When Wu Yuming saw Vulture's reaction, she mistook it for real, and related scenes appeared in her mind. Bitch, bitch. Wu Yuming's face was completely distorted. She gritted her teeth and wanted to turn around, dig out Vulture's heart, and crush it. He was so proud that even a stunning beauty like Third Lady Gongsun was head over heels for him, and yet Vulture humiliated him again and again. Such an unchaste, despicable, and shameless woman, he wanted to skin her, break her bones, and scatter her ashes. Wu Yuming, who was in a rage, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The sharp-tongued Ji actually made Wu Yuming spit out blood. Yang Dingtian was in awe, and Dishi Bian was full of admiration. At this moment, Vulture finally reacted and screamed, I didn't. Husband, believe me, I didn't. Without a doubt, her reaction was too slow. Wu Yuming didn't believe her anymore. Previously, Wu Yuming had created a crack in Vulture's heart, and he had tried his best to mend it. Now, no one could mend the crack in Wu Yuming's heart. Wu Maji's words even tore a deep crack in Vulture's heart. In short, it was impossible for Wu Yuming and Vulture to return to the way they were before. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Wu Yuming seemed to have lost all her rationality. Her face twisted as she rushed forward, wanting to tear Wu Maji into pieces. At the same time, the three grandmasters from the Sea of Nether also rushed forward, ready to fight. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Dishi Bian, Yang Dingtian, Dongfang Minmi, Shadowless, and Qing Deibai all drew their swords. As for Wu Maji, she very cleverly disappeared without a trace. As she disappeared, she laughed and said, Vulture, don't think that Wu Yuming attacked out of anger because of you. She was hit where it hurts and became angry out of humiliation. Even at this time, she still didn't forget to sow discord. Really, Vulture, come and be my sister. My husband is not only good at talking, he's also good at other things. He won't disappoint you. At this point, Moj suddenly remembered that there were elders around, so she was embarrassed to continue. At this moment, Yang Dingtian looked at Dishi Bian and said, "Di sure, can the 5 of us win?" "Probably." Dishi Bian said. "Can you kill Wu Yuming?" Yang Dingtian asked directly. "No." Dishi Bian said, "But we can kill 2 of the other grandmasters from the Sea of Nether." "Then, let's do it." Yang Dingtian said directly. When these words came out, Wu Yoming's expression changed and she immediately calmed down. That's right, if they fought now, he wouldn't be able to kill Yang Dingtian. Moreover, Emperor Wentian's order to not kill would expire in half a year. If they fought, they wouldn't be able to protect the grandmasters from the Sea of Nether. Yang Dingtian, we'll meet again. I will remember today's humiliation. Wu Yuming said coldly with endless hatred. Let's go. Immediately, he and the other experts from the Sea of Nether left on their black vultures. Vulture, on the other hand, stood alone in the same place, not moving at all. Wu Yuming felt an unprecedented regret. Why did she have to be entangled with Wu Maji? Now, the rift between her and Vulture was irreparable. At this moment, Wu Maji stepped forward and held Vulture's hand. Using a gentle tone, she said, "Vulture, think about it carefully. A woman can only find true love if she remarries. Although you hate me, you have to admit that I'm a powerful woman. Since even I said so, it can't be wrong. If you agree, I'll immediately matchmake the 2 of you. How about it?" At this moment, even Yang Dingtian couldn't stand it anymore. If not for his master, he would have beaten her up again. "Shiji, that's enough." Yang Dingtian didn't dare to get angry at her and could only persuade her. At this moment, Wu Yuming returned and held Vulture's hand. She sighed softly and said, "All right, let's go home." At this moment, Vulture finally burst into tears again and allowed Wu Yuming to hold his hand and leave. Wu Maji stepped forward and rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. "Husband, you're too thin-skinned. Otherwise, you'll really succeed in poaching her. As long as there are benefits, why would you care about your face? As long as you have a good hoe, there's no corner that you can't poach." At this moment, Dishi Bian couldn't help but ask, "What about you?" "Maji?" Wu Maji was stunned. "You mean, if someone comes to poach my husband's corner, will I fall in love with someone else?" Dishi Bian was embarrassed. His face reddened. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's nothing. I'm also a corner, of course I'll be poached." Wu Maji said. "However, my heart is limited. If it's torn apart again, I'll be dead before I can fall in love with someone else." Yang Dingtian's heart warmed. He said softly, "All right, let's go to the southwest continent." Moj rode on the Demon Eagle King and said to Yang Dingtian, "You go sit with Master, I'll sit with Sister Bian." Yang Dingtian's scalp went numb. He didn't know how this woman was going to bewitch Dishi Bian. However, since Wu Maji said so, he couldn't disobey. Thus, he went to Master's Demon Eagle. Then, the 3 demon eagles flew towards the northeast. After a long time, Dongfang Nimi sighed and said, "Little Tian, this wife of yours is really incredible." Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly. "Master, I'm sorry." Dongfang Minmi continued, "People say that extremely intelligent women like men who aren't too smart. It seems like this saying is true." Yang Dingtian was speechless. "Master, are you insulting me or praising me?" Dongfang Minmi smiled. "You usually look smart, but in front of her, you seem to be as stupid as a cow." Yang Dingtian thought for a while. He finally understood why Guojing seemed so stupid. Actually, he wasn't that stupid, but after being with Huang Rong for so long, he didn't have to use his brain and became stupider. Dongfang Minmi asked, "What happened in the Ghost Hell region? Tell me." Yang Dingtian immediately told him everything. Dongfang Minmi was shocked. He didn't expect that so many things had happened in the Ghost Hell region. Especially that Wentian had become the new Ghost Emperor and controlled the entire Underworld Empire. Now it seems that this trip to the Ghost Hell region was half happy and half sad. Although you didn't obtain the Netherworld Ghost Flame, you obtained something even more important. However, the Primal Chaos world is about to face an even greater calamity. Our burden has become incomparably huge. Dongfang Minmi said, "When are you preparing to go to the Taboo Continent?" "At most 5 days. I will go to the Taboo Continent." Yang Dingtian said, "During this period of time, I'm afraid that Master will have to prepare for battle with all his might. Because in a few months, I will have a duel with Wu Yuming. No matter who wins or loses, there will be a huge battle." "Yes, there will definitely be a huge battle." Dongfang Minmi said, "The best result is a battle with the Netherworld Sea. The worst result is a battle with the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea." Yang Dingtian said, "Therefore, it is very important to drive a wedge between the Vulture Palace and Wu Yuming." Although Gigi's words sounded unscrupulous, her goal was direct and accurate. In the following period of time, even if we can't pull the Vulture Palace to our side, we have to at least make them neutral. Therefore, driving a wedge between the Vulture Palace and Wu Yuming is very important. Then, Yang Dingtian said, "In these few days, other than making the Netherworld Ghost Emperor stronger, more importantly, we have to come up with a plan to destroy the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. If necessary, we have to develop a new secret weapon. Before going to the Taboo Continent, we have to come up with a plan." "Yes." Dongfang Minmi said, "The preparation for battle must be completed within half a year. You are most familiar with the Vulture Palace and the Netherworld Sea. We have to find a way to break through." At this time, Dishi Bian and Wu Maji were sitting on the Demon Vulture King. "Sister Bian," Wu Maji said. "Yes," Dishi Bian said. She was obviously older, but in front of Wu Maji, she seemed to be a little girl. "Why don't you marry my husband too?" Wu Maji said. In order to win over Yang Dingtian's forces, she was really unscrupulous. Dishi Bian finally learned to blush. She said, but I can't touch men." "You saw it too. When he touched me, I vomited and fainted." Wu Maji said, "How about this? Every time I knock you out, my husband will then marry you. How about that?" Dishi Bian said in a trembling voice, That's not good." Chapter 666. His master, Qing Deibai, and the other two did not follow Yang Dingtian into the southwest continent. They had to rush to Zhongzhou State and Dongzhou State because there were too many things for them to deal with. Although the headquarters of the Council of Light was in Shijing, the core of the entire chaotic world was still in Zhongzhou State. Especially now, the most important thing was the reorganization of Zhongzhou State. On the way, Dongfang Minmi briefly explained the results of the reorganization in the past 2 months. Because it was easy at first and difficult later, it was relatively easy. The division of defense areas had been completely completed. The establishment of the Council of Light Corps of Zhongzhou State was about to begin. This was the most difficult part at present, and it involved major interests in all aspects. Unlike West Continent, when the defense areas were divided, there was basically no elimination of the feudal vassals. Many feudal vassal forces were kept the same. Because in Zhongzhou State, the Council of Light did not have absolute power, so it could not be wiped out like West Continent. It was already very impressive to be able to divide the defense areas and the scope of power. It was completely impossible to eliminate the feudal vassals. Even the land policy was almost impossible to change. Zhongzhou State was too complicated. Its area was 3 times that of West Continent, its population was 10 times, and its military power was dozens of times more. Next, the establishment of the Council of Light Corps of Zhongzhou State would really hurt some forces. Because this was a blatant consolidation of military power. It required dozens of major forces and hundreds of small forces in Zhongzhou state to hand over their most elite troops to be reorganized into the Zhongzhou State Corps. Moreover, the military command authority was completely vested in the Council of Light High Command Department. Although there was no rebellion yet, it was already surging in the dark. Of course, the good thing about the previous month was that there was no Wu Yuming and Lingxi, the two troublemakers. Wu Lingxi was powerful, but he basically did not intervene in Zhongzhou state's affairs. So even if these feudal vassals wanted to rebel, they had no leader. But such good days were probably coming to an end. Because Wu Yuming went back again, and she went back with anger. There was no doubt that she would not sit by and watch the military reorganization be completed. Once the military reorganization was completed, Zhongzhou state would fall into the hands of Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. By then, even if Wu Yuming won the duel against Yang Dingtian, it would be useless even if he really became the leader of the Council of Light. No one in the Council of Light would listen to him. Therefore, he would definitely do everything in his power to stop it. The Council of Light's West Continent Army was an elite army with a total of about 2 million soldiers. Later on, there were 300,000 to 400,000 more soldiers. Of course, most of them were artillery soldiers and navy soldiers. The martial arts and military power of the Middle Continent were dozens of times more than those of the West Continent. Therefore, in order to fully control Zhongzhou state, the Zhongzhou state army of the Council of Light must not be small in number. If it was small, it would not be able to control these feudal lords. However, it couldn't be too much, or it would cross the bottom line of the vassals. Therefore, after repeated discussions, the Council of Light decided to set the frontline troops of the Central Continent Army at around 5 million, which was only twice the number of the frontline troops of the West Continent Army. It was only 1/10 of the martial arts and military power of the Middle Continent. That's right. The armed forces of the entire Middle Continent, big and small, added up to 40 to 50 million. Although it was not too exaggerated to have 40 to 50 million armed forces with a population of more than 1 billion people, this number was very crazy in any era on Earth. However, if it was converted into proportion, it was not too exaggerated. Even in the Northern Song dynasty, when there were only tens of millions of people, the imperial guards, prefectural guards, and border troops added up to more than 1 million people. Modern China had a population of more than 1 billion people, but the armed forces of the army, armed police, fire, and other armed forces were only a few million people. That was because in the era of hot weapons, the number of troops was no longer important. However, in the era of cold weapons, most of the time, numbers were king. Basically, each feudal lord would take 1 out of 10 out of the 5 million Zhongzhou state army. It was not too painful, and the rebound force would be much smaller. After the 5 million Zhongzhou state army was strongly armed, as long as the entire Middle Continent did not rebel, it could still deter all the feudal lords. Moreover, this was only the frontline troops of the Middle Continent. After the 5 million elite soldiers were reorganized, they would immediately propose the reorganization of the second-line troops. They would cut the meat with a slow knife, gradually bleed the feudal lords of the Middle Continent, and finally control the entire Middle Continent. The whole thing could not be rushed, but it could not be rushed. At the very least, the 5 million Council of Light Zhongzhou State Army must be reorganized within 4 months. Because that would be the time when Yang Dingtian and Wu Yuming duel. No matter who won or lost, a war would basically break out. Within 3 years, the reorganization of the Middle Continent would be completed. At that time, the West Continent would reorganize at least 8 million troops, and the Middle Continent would reorganize about 20 million regular troops. Because once the Doomsday War started, tens of millions of Maori barbarians would become the Legion of Doom. There was also the Dongli grassland, where many fighting races were all soldiers. When the war really started, tens of millions of troops would burst out at once. If Yang Dingtian could seize the throne of the Snake People Empire, it would be fine. If he could not, these would all become the Doomsday Army. Therefore, the three continents of the Middle Continent, the West Continent, and the East Continent added up to more than 30 million troops. However, it was still much better than nearly 200 years ago. In the last Doomsday War, the Tiando League's army did not exceed 10 million troops at its peak. They were completely defeated on the battlefield. If not for Nihility Piao Ling destroying Wanwentian, the world would have been finished long ago. 2 days later, Yang Dingtian and the other two flew into the southwest continent. The last time Yang Dingtian looked at the southwest continent was when he learned that Emoji was pregnant, and he went to visit the Snow tribe after defeating Zhu Qingzhu. It had been half a year since then, so the southwest continent had become more prosperous. When they were still thousands of miles away from the southwest continent, they could already see the Council of Light's fleet and air patrol cavalry. It had been more than a year since the naval battle with Zhu Qingzhu. Now, the Council of Light's naval forces had expanded many times. Just the Southwest Fleet alone had 800 submarines of various sizes. Of course, the construction of large warships was not so fast. After more than a year, most of the large warships were still in the 10 large shipyards and had not been officially launched. However, the Middle Continent had plenty of large warships, so the Council of Light bought half of them and collected the other half. They got 2,000 large warships and temporarily converted them into various kinds of gunships, crossbow ships, and fast warships. Therefore, the Southwest Fleet had 800 warships of various sizes, with a tonnage of more than 1 million. Of course, these warships were just being trained. When the new warships were launched, these warships would immediately retreat to the second line and become patrol warships in a defensive area. Almost all the navies were waiting for the new warships. Because the new warships were completely different. They were powered by new magic crystals and had a new design. The hull was even covered with iron armor. This warship was far superior to the old warships in terms of tonnage, speed, and sturdiness. The West Continent and the Middle Continent were rich, so the Council of Light was also very rich. They did not lack metal, wood, or manpower. Therefore, they built as many as 2,000 large warships at the same time. This was unimaginable in the Earth era. In modern China, there were already a lot of money and people, but only a few dozen medium and large warships were launched at the same time. The Council of Light did not want to do this. If they built 2,000 warships at once and there was something wrong with them, they could not be changed. But there was no other way. Time waits for no one. The Doomsday War was about to start in a few years. The more powerful warships there were, the better. In the war against the Legion of Doom, the ground army had a small chance of winning, so the focus must be on the sea. It would be great if they could wipe out the enemy on the sea. Southwest Lin City, as the headquarters of the Southwest Fleet, had now become a huge city. It had been almost 2 years since the construction of this city, and now it had generally taken shape. Hundreds of thousands of troops and hundreds of thousands of people entered, turning this place into a large city with a population of 1 million in an instant. Of course, this large city with a population of 1 million was certainly not built by the Council of Light alone. In fact, the Council of Light only needed to build an outline, and countless people living nearby would take the initiative to build houses and towns. Mu Lieni did not see it, or else she would definitely be moved. A few years ago, this was his home. It was just a desolate coastal town, but now it had become such a large city. Yang Dingtian and the other two flew very high and did not disturb anyone in southwest Lin City. They directly entered the Blackwood Valley, which was located 1,300 miles north of southwest Lin City. This place was a huge valley. After Yang Dingtian and the other two entered, they instantly felt a sense of gloominess. It had been almost 200 years since the last massacre, but not a single blade of grass grew here. It was dark and gloomy, and the wind was chilly. The greatest traitor of the Tiando League, the former young master of the Wooden Sword Castle, Li Tianshao, had poisoned 600,000 soldiers of the Southwest Alliance Army and almost all of the experts of the Wooden Sword Castle. This caused the wooden sword castle to fall from being one of the 9 gates of the Southwest Alliance army to being a country faction that could not even afford the travel expenses. The Nether Ghost Emperor had said that when people died, they would become ghosts. However, a portion of people who died did not have much resentment in their hearts, so they chose to reincarnate. As for the other portion, when they died, they were filled with endless resentment and did not want to reincarnate. This portion of ghosts would become undead and enter the ghost hell region. Shamans only needed to summon at the place where someone died, and they would be able to summon the undead from the Nether Ghost Emperor back to the place where they died. Therefore, as long as there was a dead person, shamans could summon undead to fight. Of course, this sounded as if the ghost hell barrier was not a problem, as the shamans only needed to summon it. In reality, it was not possible. Firstly, there were very few shamans. Currently, there were only 3 or 4 known shamans in the world. Moreover, shamans could only summon undead that were equal in strength to them, and they had to summon it at the place where an expert died. Therefore, there was only one way for the ghost hell region's thousands of half-saint lords and hundreds of saint monarchs to leave, and that was to break the ghost hell barrier. It was impossible to rely on a shaman's spirit master to summon them. Ji, let's begin. Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji stood in the middle of Blackwood Valley and began to chant an incantation to summon the undead. She was a 7-star martial scholar and could summon at most a martial scholar level undead. Of course, if she was lucky and the undead's resentment reached its peak, she could summon a martial scholar level undead. As Wu Maji was casting her summoning technique, the sky suddenly darkened. Boundless darkness instantly enveloped the entire Blackwood Valley. Within the valley, there were gusts of cold wind and ghostly wails. Ah! 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 Then, waves of mournful screams rang out. One by one, the undead appeared in the air beside Yang Dingtian and the others. Most of the undead in the ghost hell region were expressionless. As for the departed spirits that were summoned out of the place of their deaths, they instantly recalled the memories of their deaths and were filled with endless resentment. Even though Wu Maji, a shaman, was beside them, they still wanted to attack Yang Dingtian in a frenzy. Moreover, every undead was sinister and terrifying. Rotten flesh, drooping eyeballs, green bodies, rotting stomachs. Wu Maji's summoning could summon thousands of undead and it was still increasing. One by one, the undead charged forward. Dishi Bian immediately released her sacred level martial spirit and instantly controlled all the undeads. Yang Dingtian's soul ring floated in the air. Dishi Bian controlled all the undead and sent them into the soul ring. Then, they turned into ashes and became a feast for the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Heavens! This is too comfortable. It's too satisfying to eat. The resentment of the undead here is so deep. Just nice, just nice. The resentment of the undead here was too deep. Wu Maji could easily summon several times more undead with half the effort. When her Xian Qi was exhausted, she actually summoned 10 to 20,000 undead. Of course, these undead had different cultivation levels. Countless undead flew into Yang Dingtian's soul ring like moths to a flame. They ate until the Netherworld Ghost Emperor wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. After 2 hours of devouring, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor completely devoured the 10 to 20,000 undead. Yang Dingtian and the other 2 accompanied Mo Ji out of Blackwood Valley. They went to a mountain peak not far away to recover their Xian Qi and wait for the next summoning. Yang Dingtian put the soul ring back on his finger and asked the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, "How many venerable masters did you devour? How many attacks do you owe me?" The Netherworld Ghost Emperor laughed and said, "Don't joke around. These 10,000 undead are all useless soldiers. They don't even add up to half a venerable master. So I don't owe you a single attack." Dishi Bian indifferently said, "You devoured a total of 18,000 undead. Their cultivation levels are both high and low. They add up to 5.5 venerable masters. You already owe Yang Dingtian 2 attacks. Yang Dingtian is startled. Chapter 667. Dishi Bian even knew about this, and the Nether Ghost Emperor was cunning enough to take advantage of this. He had clearly devoured 5.5 Grandmaster's undead energy, but he insisted that it was only half. He didn't look like the master of this plane at all. Are you really the master of this plane? Where's the aura of an emperor? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. The Nether Ghost Emperor was silent for a moment, then he said, "Now that you're the master of the Tiando League, and you're in charge of billions of lives, do you think you still have the aura of an emperor?" Yang Dingtian didn't know what to say. The Nether Ghost Emperor wasn't human, he was just the consciousness of the Nether Ghost Flame. He had known about devouring for a long time, so there was no doubt that he had developed a greedy nature. He dealt with the silent and straightforward undead, so even though he was the master of this plane, it would be difficult for him to develop the aura of an emperor. 4 hours later, Wu Maji was full of battle Xian Qi, and she went back to Blackwood Valley to summon more undead. This time, after Moji's Xian Qi was depleted, she summoned more than 10,000 undead, and the Nether Ghost Emperor was full again. Yang Dingtian asked him how much undead energy he had devoured this time. Because Dishi Bian had clearly counted the number of martial spirits, the Nether Ghost Emperor couldn't lie anymore. He told the truth, a total of 5 Grandmaster level undead energy. In other words, the Nether Ghost Emperor now owed Yang Dingtian 3 attacks. Just like that, Moj continued to replenish her battle Xian Qi and summoned more undead for the Nether Ghost Emperor to devour. The first time, she summoned 5.5 Grandmaster level undead, the second time, 5, and the third time, 4.5. That's right, the number kept decreasing. This was because the higher one's cultivation was, the stronger their resentment. Therefore, they would be summoned earlier. Finally, by the 10th round, she could only summon a few thousand undead, which didn't even add up to half a Grandmaster level undead energy. From start to finish, Moj had only summoned 100,000 undead. Nearly 200 years ago, 600,000 people were poisoned to death here. Where did the remaining 500,000 go? The Ghost Hell region told Yang Dingtian the answer. After the undead entered the Ghost Hell region, most of them would be devoured and turned into energy. Only a small portion of the stronger ones would survive. Otherwise, the number of undead in the Ghost Hell region wouldn't be just 10 billion. One had to know that the Ghost Hell region had existed for over 10,000 years. For 2 days and 2 nights, Moj was constantly recovering her battle profound energy. She was constantly summoning undead, which made Yang Dingtian's heart ache. It was also fortunate that she had the evil spirit energy. Otherwise, Changren would only be able to recover his battle profound energy twice a day before his profound veins could no longer bear it. In 2 days and 2 nights, the Nether Ghost Emperor had devoured the energy of 100,000 undead souls, which was equivalent to 28 masters. In other words, he owed Yang Dingtian 9 attacks. However, later on, the Nether Ghost Emperor and Yang Dingtian came to an agreement. The target of these attacks had to be below the Great Grandmaster level. Otherwise, the losses would outweigh the gains. Then, Yang Dingtian asked how much energy he would need to attack a half-step saint. His answer almost made Yang Dingtian vomit blood. This was because the difference in energy between a 1-star Great Grandmaster and a 9-star Great Grandmaster was too great. Therefore, on average, if he wanted to attack an ordinary half-step saint, he would need to use up 100 masters worth of energy. In other words, Yang Dingtian would need to let him devour 300 masters worth of energy in exchange for a chance to attack a half-step saint. In other words, he would need to devour millions of ordinary undead souls. Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth. It wasn't impossible. Before the Battle of Cloud Heaven City, there were still hundreds of thousands of undead barbarians. However, although they were extremely strong, their cultivation was very ordinary. There was also the ancient battlefield of the last battle. Who knew how many undead there were? However, it would tire Moj out. In short, it wasn't impossible to gather 300 masters worth of energy. However, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's next words dealt a blow to Yang Dingtian. However, if you want me to kill Wulingzi, it's impossible. Not only is he a shaman spiritualist, but he also has the will-o'-the-wisp that I gave him. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said, what about Wu Yu? I don't know Wu Yu, so I don't know if it's possible, said the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, then who do you have that I can attack? Tell me first. My attacks will be very weak against those with evil energy. My attacks won't be effective against shaman spiritualists, said the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Yang Dingtian was furious. Then what kind of Netherworld Ghost Emperor are you? What kind of master are you? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was also furious. Undead are immune to most attacks, except for electric attacks. Isn't it normal for me to be powerless against shaman spiritualists and evil energy? What are you shouting for? The Netherworld Ghost Emperor couldn't stand others thinking that he was useless. Then, as if to prove himself, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, however, it's not impossible to deal with Wulingzi. Yang Dingtian was delighted. Say it. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, I can take back the Netherworld will-o'-the-wisp in his body. This way, his cultivation will drop sharply, and without the Netherworld will-o'-the-wisp, his life will come to an end. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. You can take back the will-o'-the-wisp? That's enough. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, however, you'll need to devour undead energy. Yang Dingtian said, how much? Say it. The energy of 10,000 Great Grandmaster Undead is equivalent to 50 million high-level undead, or a billion normal undead. Said the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Fuck your sister. Yang Dingtian angrily shouted. I don't have a sister. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said, also, I'm serious. To take back the will-o'-the-wisp, I'll need to recover to a certain level, so I'll need to devour the energy of 10,000 Great Grandmaster Undead. Then, Yang Dingtian pretended that he did not hear anything. In other words, to take back Wulingzi's will-o'-the-wisp, he would need to kill a billion people in Central Continent and turn them into undead for the Netherworld Ghost Emperor to devour. With Moji's cultivation, she would need more than 10 years to summon the will-o'-the-wisp without rest. With that time, Yang Dingtian would have killed Wulingzi long ago. He did not even have the energy to be angry. He said, you owe me 9 attacks. Of course, I know that only if the enemy is below the Great Grandmaster level. Then, Yang Dingtian said to Dishi Bian and Wu Maji, alright, let's go. Where to? Yang Dingtian asked. Cloud Sky City, of course. Yang Dingtian said. Wu Maji hesitated for a moment. Husband, I don't want to go. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Why? In my heart, you're my man and my husband, Wu Maji said. No wonder she always pretended to be schizophrenic and called Yang Dingtian Ningyu. She still minded that Yang Dingtian had other wives, but she could deceive herself. That was why she still pretended that he was Ningyu even though she knew he was Yang Dingtian. It was not because she thought of Yang Dingtian as a substitute for Ningyu, but because she wanted to be the only one. I'm sorry. Yang Dingtian said gently. Wu Maji smiled at Yang Dingtian. Then Sister Bian and I will go to Central Continent first. I want to play in the Imperial Mausoleum for a while. After you go to the Taboo Continent, I'll go home. I miss my baby. I miss you too. Yang Dingtian wanted to say that he would go home with Wu Maji, but he could not do it. He would go to the Taboo Continent in 3 or 4 days at most. He had not broken through to the Great Grandmaster level yet, and the battle with Wu Yuming was very close. Time was running out. Now it seemed that Wu Yuming was not just an 8-star Grandmaster. She must be a 9-star Grandmaster, because who knew how old she was? There was still a huge gap between a 9-star Grandmaster and a half-saint. Therefore, If Yang Dingtian wanted to win, he had to be at least a 6-star grandmaster. Of course, he could use the Nether Ghost Emperor to attack. However, he had confirmed that Wu Yuming was one of the higher-ups of the evil ways. Even if he did not have an evil spirit now, he could have won at any time. Once he had an evil spirit, the Nether Ghost Emperor's attack would be greatly reduced. Therefore, he had to rely on himself to defeat Wu Yuming. Moreover, the Nether Ghost Emperor was a liar. Yang Dingtian could not be sure of his true cultivation anymore. After all, he had almost been killed by the Shura and the undead monarch. Just like that, Yang Dingtian returned to Sky City alone. Moji did not want to face Yan Yan and the others, so she went to Zhongzhou with Dishi Bian first. Sky City was still very peaceful. However, after 2 months, the babies had forgotten about their father again. Of course, it took Big Baby an hour to barely remember that the person in front of him was something that called Daddy. However, he did not care too much because he did not see this Daddy often. It did not seem to be very important. In her world, her mother was first, her grandmother was second, her sister was third, Snake was fourth, Squirrel was fifth, her sister was sixth, and Yang Yichen was seventh. As for her father's ranking, sorry, 10 fingers were not enough because there were still Ro-er's mother, Jiaojiao's mother, and so on. Although it had been almost 2 months, Yang Dingtian, Yan Yan, Jiaojiao, and the babies had only been intimate for less than 4 hours. Originally, Yang Dingtian had wanted to spend some time with Yan Yan, Jiaojiao, Ro-er, and Liani. However, when he found out that Yang Dingtian had returned to Sky City, Qin Huayu immediately went to him and reported something to Yang Dingtian. Sect Master, I know that absence makes the heart grow fonder, but this matter is too serious. I have to tell you, or you will immediately go to Zhongzhou, Qin Huayu said. What is it? Yang Dingtian asked. You know, because of the Sky Pavilion's participation, our crystal technology has improved by leaps and bounds, Qin Huayu said. Yang Dingtian nodded. The speed of the torpedo is almost 3 times faster. The speed of the warship is also 3 times faster. Qin Huayu said, but recently, when we were experimenting with large torpedoes, someone accidentally activated the crystal power on land. And this crystal power formula happened to have a mistake. Therefore, this huge torpedo flew out directly. It flew out from the sky for a full 100 miles before it ran out of power and fell down. Yang Dingtian was really shocked, and his imagination suddenly ran wild. This thing, is a missile. He came to this world, made cannons, gunpowder, and torpedoes. However, he had never thought of making a missile. Because, he could not solve the problem of the missile's engine at all. He could not even solve the problem of the missile's power, let alone a series of major problems such as detonation, flight trajectory, and so on. Therefore, he had never thought of making a missile. He did not expect this group of people to make a flying bomb by accident. Yang Dingtian was worried that he did not have any way to attack the Vulture Palace. One must know that the Vulture Palace was first surrounded by a cloud of fog, and countless black vultures were there. Moreover, its geographical features were very strange. It was on a continent, but it was on a large island in the middle of the continent. The Vulture Palace was thousands of square kilometers, surrounded by inland saltwater lakes, and then the vast mountains outside, and then the dense forests of the southern barbarian continent. Therefore, if the army wanted to attack the southern barbarian continent, there was only one word to describe it: impossible. Therefore, the 3 forces of the sea, land, and air couldn't attack the Vulture Palace. The Demon Vulture army was too small, and they could not defeat the almost endless Black Vulture army. The ground army could not even get close to the southern barbarian continent, let alone go deep into the Vulture Palace. Therefore, the Vulture Palace was simply unbreakable. If there were missiles, then, therefore, Yang Dingtian, with a huge surprise, followed Qin Huayu to a secret underground base on a certain island. He also saw the missile produced by this mistake. That's right, it was indeed a mistake. The mysterious sorcerer, among the hundreds of energy crystals, took the wrong one. Therefore, the torpedo, which was supposed to drill into the water, flew directly into the sky. However, Yang Dingtian's scalp went numb when he saw this missile. Its flight path was simply too bizarre. First, it flew up violently, then it could not withstand the effect of gravity, and after flying for a distance, it fell directly into the sea. However, after falling into the sea, it was buoyed by the sea water and suddenly flew up again. Just like that, it rose and fell, and after 100 miles, it disappeared without a trace, because its power was exhausted. Although this inexplicable missile was completely neurotic and didn't have any combat value, Yang Dingtian was still shocked. It was good that it could fly. It must be known that although the crystal crossbow could also fly, and although it used the powerful energy of the crystal to power it, the principle was exactly the same as the crossbow, which was to eject. The inexplicable neurotic missile, on the other hand, was flying with the power of its own crystals. Yang Dingtian desperately tried to recall the missiles on Earth. Ballistic missiles had a fixed flight path, and it did not seem to have flight wings. It flew directly to more than 1,000 kilometers in the sky, broke free from gravity, and flew in the subuniverse. After its power was exhausted, it directly plunged down, hit the ground, and exploded. As for cruise missiles, their attack range was close, and they flew in the atmosphere. In order to overcome gravity, they had to have flight wings. Building missiles with the power of crystals, this brain hole is really not ordinary. However, it didn't matter if it was a ballistic missile or a cruise missile. To the current Yang Dingtian, it was impossible. Especially ballistic missiles, don't think about it. First of all, to reach the sub-universe space, it had to reach the first cosmic speed, which was 7.9 kilometers per second, which was more than 20 times supersonic speed. The current crystal power was simply impossible. If he started to study it now, he might be able to achieve it in a few decades. Moreover, to send missiles to a place thousands of kilometers away from the ground, the current crystal power was completely impossible. Moreover, it was hard to say whether the chaotic world was a circular planet or not, because no one had proved it, and no one could prove it. Therefore, the only thing that could be considered was a cruise missile in the atmosphere. It was easy to let it overcome gravity and not fall down, and it could be done with the addition of flight wings. Of course, Yang Dingtian only knew that it could be done with the addition of flight wings, and the principle was probably related to aerodynamics, but he was not clear about the specifics. However, even if he could fly with the addition of flight wings, the accuracy would definitely be incomparably touching. At best, Yang Dingtian had mastered the crudest mechanical gyroscope. A distance of more than 10 miles in the water, there was still a big margin of error. If he were to fly in the air for hundreds of miles, the margin of error would be no less than 100 miles. What was the point of fighting? Basically, there was no way to control the accuracy, or even the flight distance. However, Yang Dingtian was not too discouraged, because starting this thing was more important than anything, even if it would not be used for a few years. Therefore, it was better to solve the problem of falling down first. Therefore, Yang Dingtian drew a rough flight wing on paper according to his memory. Where were the flight wings of the cruise missiles on Earth? On the head, on the tail, or on both the head and the tail? Yang Dingtian really couldn't remember clearly, and besides, who would have the time to remember this thing? Even people who wanted to transmigrate would only remember to make gunpowder and cannons. They would even remember to make glass and cement, but no one would remember the flight wings of missiles. Yang Dingtian could only desperately recall the relevant TV scenes and pictures. Then, he drew almost all the possibilities and said, anyway, as long as the wings are installed, these bombs won't fall down. I really don't know where the wings are. You have to figure it out yourselves. As soon as Yang Dingtian finished speaking, the evil art master's eyes lit up. Attaching wings to bombs, he had never thought of it, but it should be possible. Birds had wings, so they could fly. This bomb had wings, so it should be able to fly too. Immediately, the evil art master looked at young Ding Tian with eyes full of admiration. As expected of the sect leader, the hole in his brain was so big that he could even think of attaching wings to bombs. Therefore, this group of people immediately went into the experiment and began to build all kinds of wings. Yang Ding Tian, a hands-off manager, after providing the most primitive thinking, completely let go and let them do whatever they wanted. So in the end, who knows what kind of wings they attached to the bomb. On Earth, the first practical missile had been built in Germany during World War II, and it was used in actual combat. However, Yang Ding Tian did not have high hopes for the missiles in this plane for the time being, at least not in actual combat for many years. Even if the problem of power was not a problem, the problem of accuracy was almost impossible to solve. Missiles from World War II, as well as electronic equipment and radio receiver devices. With a sigh, Yang Ding Tian flew to Zhongzhou State. Wu Yuming had already arrived in Zhongzhou State 2 days ago, but he had not made any moves yet. Even the Vulture Palace did not react to the destruction of Lingxi, nor did it react to the loss of the Netherworld Ghost Fire in Vulture. In Zhongzhou State, Yang Ding Tian could only stay for 2 days at most, after which he would go to the Forbidden Land. However, he hoped that before he left, he could see the dust settle on the reorganization of the Zhongzhou State Army. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi gathered all the dukes in Zhongzhou State 2 days ago and held a military meeting of the Council of Light to thoroughly decide on the reorganization of the Zhongzhou State Army. The meeting was decided to be held 2 days later. First, it had to be held before Yang Ding Tian went to the Forbidden Land. Second, it had to be while Wu Yuming had not reacted and started to cause trouble. However, it was difficult for Wu Yuming to carry out large-scale destruction for the time being, because his backyard was on fire. In the few days after returning to Zhongzhou State from Ghost Hell Land, Vulture did not say a word. After returning to Zhongzhou State, Vulture went straight to his room and closed the door, ignoring everyone. Then, he locked himself in his room, not eating, drinking, or sleeping. After a full day and night, Vulture's door finally opened. After opening the door, Vulture's first words to Wu Yuming were, "Wu Yuming, let's break up. Let's divorce." Chapter 668. After Spirit Vulture said those words that were filled with determination, his heart suddenly clenched, and he felt a burst of pain. She was indeed a little girl. Although she was smart, she did everything according to her nature. She did not like to think too much. She did not like to use her brain. Even when she encountered relationship problems, she did not want to think too much. She just followed her feelings. When she first saw Wu Yuming, she was deeply infatuated by his temperament and could not extricate herself. Moreover, she was a bold and direct girl. She loved whenever she wanted. As for Yang Ding Tian, her feelings were very complicated. Previously, Yang Ding Tian doted on her and protected her. More importantly, Yang Ding Tian would discipline her every time. He would often hit her head and it would hurt. She was very infatuated with this feeling. In the Spirit Vulture Palace, the heavens were number 1, and her little princess was number 2. No one in the entire Vulture Palace dared to provoke her and no one could discipline her. She had always been reckless and did whatever she wanted. Not only did Walingzi not stop her, but he also encouraged her. Even when she left the Vulture Palace to travel the world, she did not have any morals. She killed and robbed whenever she wanted. Until she met Yang Ding Tian. This person directly disciplined her and even hit her head. This feeling really made her infatuated. Therefore, she inexplicably became sworn brothers with Yang Ding Tian and followed him. Therefore, when she was 16 or 17 years old, it was the time when her heart was budding. Yang Ding Tian was the first person to leave a shadow in her heart. Moreover, she was a bold and curious girl. Therefore, when she was in the secret realm of Despair City, she did many things to Yang Dingtian's body. Although it was not as exaggerated as what Wu Maji said, it was indeed a little too much. If this continued, Vulture would climb onto Yang Dingtian's bed sooner or later out of curiosity. That's right, it was out of curiosity, not because of love. In the end, she met Wu Yuming. At first sight of Wu Yuming, Vulture was almost instantly infatuated. Her radiant appearance instantly covered everything else. Her feelings for Yang Dingtian were only a small part of the feelings between men and women. Most of them were kinship and attachment. Girls in any plane were like this. When they were 16 or 17 years old and rebellious, they liked handsome guys and cool guys. On Earth, Yang Dingtian was considered a rather naughty boy. When he was in high school, he accidentally had a little romance with his Chinese teacher. When he went to university, he directly found his English teacher to be his girlfriend. But after arriving at the primal chaos world, after suffering for a few years, Yang Dingtian had turned from a mischievous boy into a responsible and sunny man. In the eyes of many women, a good man meant that he had no charm. Therefore, compared to Song Lihua, she preferred Qin Huayu, who had a bad history, because Qin Huayu was more complicated. He was the kind of man who always carried guilt but had a vicious mind. Some women were very attracted to men like him. Therefore, when Wu Yuming appeared, Vulture's heart instantly shifted. At this time, if Yang Dingtian really wanted to take Vulture down, of course, there would be a way. Like Xiang Xiaolong from the Qin clan, he would sleep with her first. If one time was not enough, he would sleep with her a few more times. However, Yang Dingtian had always treated Vulture as his sister. Just like that, Vulture chose to abandon the brotherly relationship with Yang Dingtian and chose to be infatuated with Wu Yuming. And it was this infatuation that made her grow up gradually. She was a smart woman, but she was usually not willing to think too much. This time, she encountered too big of a problem. Wu Maji's words had stimulated her too much. Therefore, she locked herself in her room and thought for a day and a night. Thus, she thought through many problems. Wu Yuming was a hypocrite. Even though he was very, very good at pretending, but after such a long time, as long as he thought clearly, there would definitely be flaws. Especially after so many things had happened in the Ghost Hell region, it was enough to prove that Wu Yuming was a hypocrite. Wu Maji's words forced Wu Yuming to reveal his flaws. In the past, Wu Yuming only needed to use her mouth to express all her nobility and righteousness, as well as her love for Vulture. But with Wu Maji's pressure, he could no longer use words. He had to use actions to express his feelings. However, as someone who liked to weigh the pros and cons, he chose to leave. He could say it, but he could not do it. This was hypocrisy. A person who only looked at the pros and cons, regardless of love or hate, was hypocrisy. Once he saw through Wu Yuming's hypocrisy, the role he played would not be too glorious. Between him and Yang Dingtian, who was righteous and who was evil, might be reversed. With regards to Yang Dingtian, Spirit Vulture had a rather good understanding of him and trusted his character. However, Vulture was an extremely emotional person. I love my husband. If you're my husband's enemy, then you're also my enemy. After we shed all pretense of cordiality, there's no need to be courteous. Therefore, Vulture did not feel the slightest bit of psychological pressure when he repeatedly hurt Yang Dingtian. However, when Yang Dingtian hurt him, it made him feel a heart-wrenching pain. He could not even use words to describe that kind of pain. There was even a feeling of being abandoned by his parents, abandoned by his family. Then, perhaps Yang Dingtian was righteous, and Wu Yuming had become evil instead. However, this thought only flashed through Spirit Vulture's mind. If it was Ling Wu, she would definitely think crazily and search for an answer. She would deny this proposition, and she would be in pain for a very long time, until she completely convinced herself. On the other hand, Vulture did not care at all. What did it have to do with her whether Wu Yuming was righteous or evil? Was there only one thing that he cared about? Oh, or rather, there were two things. Firstly, do I really love Wu Yuming that much? Secondly, are Wu Yuming's feelings for me fake? She was a selfish person. Naturally, everything she did was centered on herself. Therefore, she spent most of her time thinking about these two questions. Later on, she understood quite a lot. Regarding the first question, did she really love Wu Yuming that much? Yes, and no. She was still very, very infatuated with Wu Yuming. This kind of infatuation was very superficial. She was infatuated with Wu Yuming's image and temperament. As for whether Wu Yuming was hypocritical and evil, she did not care. However, whether this kind of infatuation was love or not seemed to be unclear. Besides, she felt that she was a selfish woman. She was only willing to love herself, and did not intend to love others too much. The second question, were Wu Yuming's feelings for her fake? She thought about this point more clearly. It should be fake. After confirming this point, Vulture felt a piercing pain in her heart again. Besides the heartache, there was also anger, hatred, and a sense of humiliation. She wanted to vent this anger and humiliation. Therefore, she walked out of the door and said to Wu Yuming, "Let's get a divorce." She wanted to see Wu Yuming's reaction. If Wu Yuming begged her not to break up with him, she would feel very comfortable. Because she knew that Wu Yuming was at a disadvantage in the battle between him and Yang Dingtian. He really needed the Vulture Palace. "Wu Yuming, let's break up. Let's get a divorce." Wu Yuming was stunned at first. Then, her gaze trembled and her face turned pale. A ray of grief flashed across her eyes. Her lips trembled a few times as if she wanted to say something. Seeing Wu Yuming's reaction, although Vulture wasn't sure if it was an act or not, she still felt a burst of pleasure. "Okay, I promise you, if you've already thought it through," Wu Yuming said. Suddenly, Vulture felt as if her head had been struck by lightning. Her face turned white and she couldn't feel anything. She proposed a divorce not out of anger, but as a provocation and revenge. She firmly believed that Wu Yuming wouldn't dare to agree. She wanted to see Wu Yuming tear off his mask and beg her. She firmly believed that Wu Yuming couldn't leave the Vulture Palace yet. Vulture was very smart, but she definitely wasn't scheming enough. She couldn't hide anything at all and would immediately explode. Therefore, she chose the most extreme method. However, she didn't expect Wu Yuming to agree. He actually dared to agree. Vulture's heart ached. First, it was filled with the fear of losing Wu Yuming. After that, it was complete anger and even hatred. "Okay, you actually dared to agree. You actually dared to agree. Good, good." Vulture was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Her reason disappeared completely in an instant as she suddenly rushed out. Ling Wu quickly chased after her. She pulled her hand and said, "Vulture, I know you're just saying things out of anger. Calm down at once and take back what you've said. What identity are you using to say such things to me?" Vulture asked. Ling Wu trembled and said, "I treat you as my younger sister. Vulture, this is just a scheme of Yang Dingtian. He's trying to drive a wedge between you two. Shut your cheap mouth. Who do you think you are? You call me your younger sister? What identity do you have? You're just a lowly commoner and a lowly woman who runs a ship. Yet, you still shamelessly call me your younger sister." Vulture said coldly, "Do you think that your identity is higher after becoming Wu Yuming's personal female officer? Do you think that you're qualified to say such things to me just because you've become Wu Yuming's personal female officer? Don't be stupid. If it wasn't because of the little relationship between you and Yang Dingtian, and us using you to attack Yang Dingtian, you're nothing but a dog's fart. I won't even look a woman like you in the eye." Vulture's words were like a poisonous snake and a dagger as they ruthlessly pierced into Ling Wu's heart. In almost an instant, her head suddenly exploded. That kind of intense pain, that kind of humiliation, and that kind of bloody feeling of her mask being completely torn apart had nearly caused her to suffocate in an instant. She didn't even feel this humiliated and painful when she was being whipped in front of everyone. She completely felt that she couldn't breathe. This was because even though Vulture was unruly, she was really close to her like a younger sister. However, she didn't expect that she would actually spit out such venom at this moment. After a short period of deathly silence, Wu Yuming suddenly rushed out and roared at Vulture, "Shut up! Get the hell out of here!" Vulture suddenly trembled as she hissed, You're roaring at me because of her? I've always treated her as my younger sister, my brave younger sister." Wu Yuming said, "Since you've humiliated her, you've also humiliated me." "Bah! What younger sister? They're just an adulterous couple." Vulture, who was enraged and filled with hatred, completely disregarded everything as she spat out the most vicious words. She just wanted revenge. "I'll say the same thing again." "Shut up," Wu Yuming said coldly. "Wu Yuming, you'll regret this. Remember, you'll regret this." Vulture pointed at Wu Yuming and said word by word. After that, she didn't even turn her head as she walked out. Ling Wu felt as though she was in an ice cellar without the slightest bit of warmth. Vulture's incomparably vicious words tore apart her heart. Was all of this real? Was it all real? Was Wu Yuming really just using her to take revenge on Yang Dingtian by treating her this way? Was she really worthless? Wu Yuming didn't open her mouth to say anything. She just looked at Ling Wu. After a long time, she saw that Ling Wu's eyes had gradually regained focus. Wu Yuming said, "Can you hear me now?" Ling Wu nodded her head in a stupefied manner. "You've always worked hard to prove yourself. No matter how much you've been hurt, you still have to prove yourself." Wu Yuming said slowly, "As for me, I've also worked hard to prove myself to some people. I'm not someone's vassal. I don't exist in this world because of someone. I'm me. I'm Wu Yuming." Ling Wu, regardless of whether it's right or wrong, we have to continue walking down the path we've chosen. Even if we have to kneel, we have to finish walking it. Otherwise, we'll be worthless. After finishing her words, Wu Yuming turned around and returned to her loft. Then, she looked out of the window. Her lips trembled for a while. A few drops of tears finally slid down her incomparably handsome face. Vulture's entire chest seemed to be on fire as she walked aimlessly on the streets of Zhongjing. Nothing could enter her mind. Flames of hatred and fury surged in her heart. She wanted revenge. She wanted revenge. She must take revenge on Wu Yuming. She wanted him to feel a bone-piercing humiliation. How should she take revenge? How should she take revenge on Wu Yuming to feel the most bone-piercing pain? At this moment, there was only one thing in her mind, and that was how to take revenge on Wu Yuming. Very soon, she thought of a few ideas. Who could make Wu Yuming feel a piercing pain? Of course, it was Yang Dingtian. What was it that could make a man feel pain? Of course, it was his wife's betrayal. Wu Yuming was so proud. If his wife made him wear a green hat, then his pain would definitely be unparalleled. Besides, she, Spirit Vulture, was still a virgin. It must be very satisfying for a virgin wife to offer herself to the enemy he hated the most. Vulture gnashed her teeth as she thought. Then, her entire body was filled with an excited feeling of impending revenge. Immediately, she determined the direction and walked towards the headquarters of the Zhongjing Council of Light. "Wu Yuming, I've said that I'll make you regret it. I'll definitely make you regret it." Just like this, Vulture was filled with boundless fury as she walked faster and faster towards the headquarters of the Council of Light. Very soon, Vulture arrived at the entrance of the headquarters of the Council of Light in Zhongjing. She was afraid that her willpower wasn't firm enough. So, she walked to a nearby restaurant and bought 4 to 5 bottles of strong liquor. Then, she downed 2 bottles in one go. She didn't use any mystical qi. Instantly, she felt tipsy. Vulture was filled with determination and courage as she walked towards the headquarters of the Council of Light. Chapter 669. Junnu, do you plan to be my female officer just like this? Yang Dingtian asked as he busied himself with work. Yun Zhenhu hugged a thick stack of documents and stood beside Yang Dingtian. Her figure and curves were rare and moving. That kind of seductive charm was something that most women did not have. What's wrong? Are you tired of looking at me? Yun Zhenhu said, although I'm your female officer, we don't spend much time together. Your mother definitely wants you to inherit the Cloud Sky Pavilion, get married, and have children, and pass down the legacy of the Cloud Sky Pavilion. Yang Dingtian said. You want me to get married and have children? Yun Zhenhu said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Then, he did not say anything else. Yun Zhenhu said, anyway, I'm not thinking too much. I'm living comfortably now. Let's just leave it at that. We'll talk about the future in the future. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then, Yang Dingtian continued to work. Yang Dingtian was already the type of person who did not care about the Council of Light. He did not have any authority. When he was not around, nothing would happen. But when he was around, many things would happen. For example, he had been away for a few months, but there were already a few hundred important documents waiting for him to sign. They were also very high-level documents that had to be signed by him. Hence, there was nothing wrong with turning Yang Dingtian into a signing machine. This was because he would usually sign the documents after reading them. He would rarely return them. Because if he returned them, it would mean denying Dongfang Minmi, Qin Wanqiu, and the others' work. In fact, he did not agree with some of the documents, but he would still sign them. Therefore, from the beginning to the end of the thousands of documents, he only sent back 3 copies. Yun Zhenhu and Yang Dingtian's movements were extremely well coordinated. Yun Zhenhu was even able to estimate the time that Yang Dingtian had already seen and when she would give him the next document. Did Emoji come? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, she came with the owner of the tomb of the emperor. Yun Zhenhu said, however, she did not stay for long. She followed him to the imperial mausoleum. Your wife has a very close relationship with Dishi Bian. Thinking of Emoji, Yang Dingtian smiled. These 2 women, one was as cunning as a little fox, the other was as pure as a little bunny, but in the end, they became good friends. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't bear it. No one knew where Wu Maji would take Dishi Bian to. Wu Maji was constantly thinking of pulling Dishi Bian to Yang Dingtian's side as a huge helper. From her point of view, just being friends or allies was far from enough to have a solid relationship. Previously, Vulture and Yang Dingtian were sworn siblings, but they still fell out with each other. Therefore, if they wanted to have a solid relationship, they had to be a man and a woman. Your wife is so beautiful and alluring. Even women like us are moved by her. Yun Zhenhu said. Then, did she say anything crazy to you? Yang Dingtian asked carefully. No, she was a little cold to me. Yun Zhenhu said, she was also a little wary. Maybe she was afraid that I would seduce you. How could that be? She can't wait to send all the women who are useful to me to my bed. Yang Dingtian thought. Yun Zhenhu continued, of course, she wasn't targeting me personally. In fact, when she came, she was cold to everyone, including Song Chunhua. Soon, Yang Dingtian understood. Yun Zhenhu felt that Song Chunhua and Yun Zhenhu were already Yang Dingtian's helpers and were extremely loyal. Therefore, there was no need to rope them in. Dishi Bian's relationship was still a little vague, so of course, she added fuel to the fire. This woman was really snobbish. The word snobbish might not be liked by others, but on Wu Maji, it was especially charming and cute. At this moment, the door in front of them was suddenly pushed open. A fragrant wind blew in, and a woman rushed in. Yun Zhenhu chided coldly. When she raised her head, she realized that it was Vulture. Instantly, her face turned even colder. Who let you in? Do you have any manners? Vulture looked at Yun Zhenhu and completely ignored him. She stared at Yang Dingtian and said, Yang Dingtian, is my husband Wu Yuming your enemy? Do you hate him? Yang Dingtian didn't expect that spirit vulture would actually barge into this place. After hearing her words, he immediately nodded and said, "That's right, I view him as an enemy. After you ask your questions, you can leave. I'm very busy." "Then do you want to take revenge on him?" Vulture asked. "Don't use the word revenge." Yang Dingtian said directly, "You can use words like kill, destroy, etc., but don't use the word revenge. Do you want him to be condemned by everyone, lose his reputation, and be humiliated?" Vulture asked. "Of course," Yang Dingtian replied straightforwardly. "All right, I'll give you a chance," Vulture said. Then, she tore her clothes apart. Immediately, her sparkling and translucent body was completely exposed in front of Yang Dingtian. Although she was a little immature, she was as alluring as a willow. Especially when paired with her exquisite face, her charm was hard to resist. If she met a Lelicon, she would probably go crazy. Seeing this, Yang Dingtian's brain short-circuited. Yun Zhenyu reacted quickly. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly rushed to the door. However, she did not stop Vulture, nor did she go out. She actually closed the door. Yang Dingtian was startled. What was the meaning of Yun Zhenyu's action? "You really have the awareness to serve your leader." "Yang Dingtian, I'm still a virgin. If you take me, it will be a huge revenge and a huge humiliation for Wu Yuming," Vulture said. Yang Dingtian did not answer Vulture. Instead, he looked at Yun Zhenyu. Yun Zhenyu blushed and said, "Don't let outsiders see. As for the decision, it's up to you." After saying that, she stood at the door and did not go out. Yang Dingtian looked at Vulture's beautiful body. He did not say anything inside in his heart. Zi's little hoe was too sharp. In just 2 tries, Wu Yuming's wall fell. Previously, Vulture was still very much in love with Wu Yuming. Now, it was easily broken up by Wu Maji. This was too fast. Yang Dingtian looked at Vulture. He did not say anything and did not stop her. Vulture felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Yang Dingtian. She raised her head and said, "What's wrong? Can't you put down your face and put down your hypocritical face?" "No, I'm convincing myself to do that to you," Yang Dingtian said directly. When he said this, not only Vulture, but even Yun Zhenyu was slightly stunned. Yang Dingtian's words were really direct. "Zhenyu, help me think." Yang Dingtian said, "If I really take the opportunity to sleep with him, of course, it will be a fatal blow to Wu Yuming. Secondly, it will tear apart the relationship between Vulture Palace and Wu Yuming. Even if I can't pull Vulture Palace to our side, as long as they break apart, Vulture Palace will at least be neutral." Yun Zhenyu was stunned and nodded woodenly. Her mind was in a mess. Who knew that sleeping with a woman would bring such great benefits? Anyway, it seems that agreeing to her will only bring benefits and no harm, Yang Dingtian said. Yun Zhenyu nodded woodenly and said, Then what about your image? What about your face? As long as there are benefits, I don't care about my face. Yang Dingtian. Yun Zhenyu was even more shocked. That, how could the person she admired be so direct and utilitarian? Yang Dingtian said, "Now that Zhi is not by my side, I'll leave this decision to you. Tell me, should I take it or not?" "Ah. Leave it to me." "Why?" Yun Zhenyu asked. "Because you're the only one by my side now," Yang Dingtian said. At this moment, the most embarrassing thing was undoubtedly Vulture. She had finally decided to use the most extreme method to take revenge on Wu Yuming. After arriving here, she really did not expect Yang Dingtian to have such a reaction. In her mind, Yang Dingtian probably had 2 reactions. The first reaction was to reject her hypocritically and righteously. Then he would take the opportunity to brainwash her and drive a wedge between her and Wu Yuming. he would take the opportunity to pull her to his side. The second reaction was to accept half-heartedly and achieve something good. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian's reply was such a scoundrel. She really did not expect it and felt like she was a clown, a prostitute. It was very embarrassing and extremely embarrassing. Yang Dingtian, don't be so wishy-washy. If you want to sleep, then sleep quickly. Don't put on an act. Be careful or I'll regret it. Vulture said loudly. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Yang Dingtian then said to Yun Junu, hurry up and make a decision. Can't you see that Vulture's little princess is waiting anxiously? If you say yes, I will do it without a second word. If you say no, then we will chase her away. Hearing the words, chase her away, Vulture's hair stood on end. Was she really going to humiliate herself like this? Yun Jenu saw that Yang Dingtian had completely handed the decision to her and instantly became nervous. She struggled left and right, deciding between life and death. After a long time, she said in a trembling voice, let's not do it. Why? Yang Dingtian said, there are so many benefits. Why don't you sleep and you won't lose anything? Yun Jenu blushed and said, if you want to sleep, then sleep. Why are you pushing this matter to me? Yang Dingtian said, I just want to ask why you said no. Yun Jenu said, I don't want my idol to be destroyed. This is very precious to me. It's very important. Yang Dingtian spread out his hands and said to Vulture, you saw it too. It's not that I don't want to sleep. It's just that I don't want to destroy the image in Yun Jenu's heart. Why don't we meet another day? Vulture was furious and cried, Yang Dingtian, you bastard. At this moment, the voice of the Council of Light Warrior came from below. Young Master Wu Yuming, you can't go up. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Wu Yuming actually came to find him. What did she want? Catching him in the act. Chapter 670. When she heard that Wu Yuming was here, Vulture was shocked and her face turned pale. Then, she stood there naked with a provocative look in her eyes. However, after a while, she seemed to have thought of something and started to put on her clothes in a hurry. Wu Yuming did not force her way in. Instead, she asked someone to report to her. Soon, a voice came from outside. The young master of the Netherworld Sea is here to see the sect master. When Yun Jenu saw that Ling Jiu's clothes were almost done, he glanced at Yang Dingtian and spoke to the outside, let young Lord Wu in. Yes. Soon, Wu Yoming's footsteps could be heard from outside. Yang Dingtian felt that it was strange. Was Vulture not trying to take revenge on Wu Yuming? Was she trying to make him a cuckold? If Wu Yuming saw her naked, wouldn't she feel better? Why did she put on her clothes instead? As a result, when they reached the door, Spirit Vulture suddenly started to pull at her clothes and messed up her hair. She tried to cover up her entire body as she rushed over to Yang Dingtian's lap and sat on his lap. She put on a languid appearance as though she had just finished making love. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Was Vulture trying to blackmail him? At this moment, the door was pushed open. Wu Yuming saw this scene. Suddenly, her long hair fluttered in the wind. An extremely powerful energy burst out from her body. In an instant, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Vulture turned around and stared at Wu Yuming provocatively. That's right. Just like what you saw, we just finished. I did everything with him. Wu Yoming's hands trembled in her sleeves. She looked at Yang Dingtian like lightning. Yang Dingtian looked at her and shrugged. He did not say anything. Although he didn't touch Vulture, he didn't mind if he could drive a wedge between them. Wu Yuming looked at Yang Dingtian up and down for a while, then she reached out to Vulture and said, let's go home, shall we? Go home. What home? Vulture coldly said, we are divorced, how can we have a home? There's nothing between us anymore. I've also cuckolded you. You don't have any power to control me anymore. Wu Yuming said, we're going back to the Vulture Palace. If you want to divorce, you have to do it in front of your elders and carry out formal etiquette. Back then, I brought you out. Now, I want to bring you back in one piece. Vulture's body stiffened and lost all its warmth. After a long time, she sneered and said, fine, let's go back to the Vulture Palace and officially break up. From now on, you and I are done. Then, Vulture got down from Yang Dingtian's legs and walked out. Yun Zhenu glanced at Yang Dingtian and asked if he should get the spirit vulture to tidy up his clothes. Otherwise, there would be rumors flying everywhere. Yang Dingtian didn't have any reaction. He just let Vulture walk out with messy clothes and messy hair. After Vulture went out, Wu Yuming didn't leave immediately. Instead, she bowed slightly to Yang Dingtian. What was the meaning of this? Was she thanking Yang Dingtian for not touching Vulture? Although Vulture was acting, Wu Yuming wasn't a fool. After a moment of anger, she immediately saw that Yang Dingtian's clothes were neat and tidy. It was impossible for him to have done anything with Vulture. Is there anything else, Brother Yuming? Yang Dingtian asked. Wu Yuming said, I heard that the Council of Light will hold a reorganization meeting the day after tomorrow. Yes, it's about the reorganization of the Zhongzhou army. Yang Dingtian said. 2 days later. I might not have time. Can you postpone it? Wu Yuming asked. Wu Yuming's meaning was clear. He might not be able to settle the conflict with the Vulture Palace in 2 days. But he would definitely interfere with the reorganization of the Zhongzhou army. Yang Dingtian said, it's already decided. It's not good to change it. It's better to change it. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Wu Yuming said. Are you threatening me? Yang Dingtian said. You can think whatever you want. Wu Yuming said and then left. After Wu Yuming left, Yun Zhenu tried to keep a straight face, but she couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Yang Dingtian said. You didn't get to eat the meat and got into trouble? Yun Zhenu said. Yang Dingtian stared at her and continued to do his work. Yun Zhenu asked again, you don't want to sleep with her, so why did you push her to me? Are you so sure that I won't sleep with her? Yang Dingtian still ignored her. Then, if I say you want her, what will you do? Yun Zhenu said. Yang Dingtian wanted to say that he would still want her, but he only wanted her. But thinking about it, he didn't want to joke about it. Yun Zhenu said, there will be rumors outside. What should we do? Let them spread it. Yang Dingtian said. That will ruin your reputation. Yun Zhenu said. My reputation is already ruined. Yang Dingtian said, furthermore, although it doesn't sound good that I slept with someone else's wife. But Wu Yoming's wife was stolen by me, so my reputation will only get worse. Killing 1,000 enemies and hurting 500 of my own people. Furthermore, he cherishes his reputation. I don't care at all. Then have you ever thought that if your reputation is ruined, as your personal female officer, my reputation will also be ruined? Yun Zhenu said. After speaking, Yun Zhenu thought that Yang Dingtian might say something like, then you can apply for a transfer. Who knew that Yang Dingtian didn't even raise his head and said, yes, so you need to be more thick-skinned. The day after tomorrow, the Central Continent Council of Light Command Department was going to hold a military reorganization meeting. Hence, the leaders of the Central Continent forces, as well as the related feudal lords, had all arrived. At this time, the Council of Light was having a small discussion behind closed doors. Even though they knew that nothing had happened between Yang Dingtian and the spirit vulture, there were still plenty of people who looked at Yang Dingtian with strange gazes. Wu Yoming's backyard is on fire, so he can't interfere with our military reorganization. Qin Wanchou said, Sect Master, although your reputation is ruined, I think it's worth it. Furthermore, Wu Yuming has suffered more. Yang Dingtian said. He went to the vulture palace to put out the fire. Although I don't know what he will do, I feel that he should be able to put out the fire this time. The point is, when he left, he threatened me to delay the military reorganization meeting until he arrives. I refused. He will definitely do something. What do you think he will do to stop our military reorganization meeting? Everyone fell into silence. Qin Wanchou said, Wu Yuming has always been borrowing power. He has two forces in his hands. The first is the evil Wei's spies in the central continent. The second is the Vulture Palace. Now that the Vulture Palace is temporarily out, he only has the evil Wei's spies left. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. I don't think he will use the evil Wei's spies. First, time is tight. Second, it's not worth the loss. Everyone nodded. If he used the evil Wei's spies just to postpone the meeting of the Council of Light's High Command, the price would be too high. After all, the Council of Light's control over the central continent was not the same as before. Now, every time the evil Wei's spies were dispatched, they would bring great risks. It was very likely that they would be wiped out by the Council of Light. In short, everything will go according to the original plan. No matter what Wu Yuming does, we'll take it, Yang Dingtian said. Without stopping, Wu Yuming took Vulture directly to the Vulture Palace. Just a few hours later, the two of them knelt in front of Wulingzi. Wulingzi's face, which had always been kind, was extremely gloomy at this time. Yang Dingtian destroyed Lingxi? Wulingzi asked first. Yes, Wu Yuming said. Lingxi has become a waste? Wulingzi asked. Yes. Wu Yuming said. Then why are you still keeping him? Why don't you kill him? Wulingzi asked. Wu Yuming was silent. Bring Lingxi in. Wulingzi said coldly. Suddenly, a middle-aged beautiful woman and a middle-aged man came in with Lingxi. The middle-aged beautiful woman looked somewhat similar to Lingxi, while the middle-aged man looked somewhat similar to Vulture. These two people were Lingxi and Vulture's parents. Wulingzi did not care about the affairs. Basically, all the internal affairs of the Vulture Palace were handled by his grandson, Ling Chuzi. Ling Chuzi was the current de facto palace lord of the Vulture Palace. And his father had already passed away. That was right, Wulingzi's son could not outlive him. And Vulture's mother, Ling Bai, was also considered Ling Chuzi's cousin. That was right, for many years, the Vulture Palace had always intermarried with members of the same clan. Therefore, between husband and wife, there was more or less some blood relationship. For example, Ling Chuzi and Ling Bai both had the same grandfather, that was Wulingzi. After Ling Bai came in, she immediately knelt before Wulingzi's knees and cried, Grandfather, please make a decision for Lingxi and kill Yang Dingtian, that beast. The current Lingxi was already completely a walking corpse, his gaze unfocused. From a handsome man, the famous young master of the Vulture Palace, to a good-for-nothing. Wulingzi gently stroked Ling Bai's hair and asked Ling Chuzi, You're in charge of the Vulture Palace now. Yang Dingtian killed your son, what do you think should be done? Ling Chuzi bowed and said, Grandson will obey old ancestors' orders. Wulingzi said in a cold voice, What I asked you is, what do you think should be done? If you don't even have this little idea, how are you going to take charge? Ling Chuzi said, I think we should go to war. Oh. Go to war. Wulingzi said, Tell me your opinion. Ling Chuzi said, Lingxi is my son, the young master of the Vulture Palace. He was killed by Yang Dingtian just like that. If we don't retaliate harshly, the world will look down on our Vulture Palace. Moreover, Yang Dingtian will bully us even more. Wulingzi said, If you say we should go to war, can we win? Ling Chuzi said, With old ancestor and sect master Wu Yu from the Netherworld Sea, we will definitely win. Who are you talking about? How are we going to win? Wulingzi asked. Our Vulture Palace has no less than 10 great grandmasters. The Netherworld Sea has no less than 10 great grandmasters. Adding old ancestor and sect master Wu Yu to the mix, Yang Dingtian won't be able to fight back at all with the power of martial arts, Ling Chizi said. Wilingzi said, then, do you know Yang Dingtian's forces? Dongfeng Minmi, Ning Busi, Qing Debi, Wu Ying, Qin Wanqiu, Dishi Bian, Zhuo Qingqi, and that mysterious ugly woman. There are only 8 great grandmasters, Ling Chizi said. Then what about the Temple of Blood? The Snow Tribe? Zhu Qingzhu? The Naga Empire's Queen Hyexin? Wilingzi said, did you take these forces into account? Whether the Snow Tribe will help Yang Dingtian is another matter. The Temple of Blood is evil ways. The Naga Empire is in the Dongli grassland. They probably won't fight to the death for Yang Dingtian, Ling Chizi said. The Snow Tribe didn't dare to do so in the past. But now that Wu Maji has planted the evil spirit energy in Vulture, the Snow Tribe doesn't fear us. Dugu Shao of the Temple of Blood is Yang Dingtian's father-in-law. If there is a war between good and evil, he won't take action. If you want to kill Yang Dingtian, he will definitely take action. What's more, we are traitors of evil ways. Wilingzi said, as for the Naga Empire's Queen Hyexin, Yang Dingtian can make her go into heat. If we kill Yang Dingtian, she will definitely do her best to fight you to the death. Ling Chizi and Ling Bai's faces turned pale when they heard this. They didn't expect Yang Dingtian's forces to be so powerful. If a war breaks out, we and the Sea of Hades can still win. But no one can bear the consequences. Wilingzi said indifferently, moreover, it was Lingxi who took the initiative to make a move on Yang Dingtian at the Ghost Hell region. Yang Dingtian also replied that once Lingxi was alone, he would definitely make a move to kill her. He said it in front of me. Finally, Wilingzi said slowly, so, Lingxi can be considered to have brought about his own destruction. Since Yang Dingtian dared to take action, he isn't afraid of the consequences. Ling Chizi, I can tell you that I don't fear Yang Dingtian and the forces behind him. But for Lingxi, I can't make the Vulture Palace start an all-out war with him. Ling Bai and Ling Chizi's faces turned pale when they heard this. So, your son, Lingxi, died in vain. Wu Lingzi said word by word, all right, all of you get out. Yes. Ling Chizi retreated expressionlessly. But Ling Bai was already sobbing. Inside the thatched hut, only Wu Yuming, Vulture, and Wu Lingzi remained. Wu Yuming, what did you promise me? You said repeatedly that you would definitely give the Netherworld Ghostfire to Vulture, Wu Lingzi said coldly. You should know how important the Netherworld Ghostfire is to Vulture. Furthermore, it only comes once every 200 years. Missing it is equivalent to missing it forever. Wu Lingzi's fury practically soared to the sky. Vulture was his most beloved great-granddaughter. Moreover, she was practically the only celestial spiritualist. As long as she devoured the Netherworld Ghostfire, her cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. It was completely terrifying. Wu Lingzi even predicted before that as long as she devoured the Netherworld Ghostfire, Vulture's cultivation could instantly break through to Grandmaster. A Grandmaster-level celestial spiritualist's battle was incomparably terrifying, virtually able to fight with a Grandmaster. But now, all his hopes were dashed. Grandson is guilty. Wu Yuming knelt down and said, I wasn't able to protect Vulture's hell magic crystal. It was snatched away by Wu Maji. Do you take me for a fool? Wu Lingzi flew into a rage. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and several thousand black vultures flew away in fright. Wu Yuming, do you take me for a fool? In the Ghost Hell region, your role is even more despicable than Yang Dingtian's. Wu Lingzi said coldly, I can betroth Vulture to you. I can also betroth her to Yang Dingtian. Chapter 671. After Wu Lingzi finished speaking, the entire thatched cottage became deathly silent. Wu Yoming's gaze only twitched slightly, and no longer had any other reaction. However, Vulture's complexion completely changed, and her heart was already extremely complicated. That's right, when Wu Yuming agreed to the divorce, especially when Wu Yuming yelled at her because of Ling Wu, the hatred in her heart couldn't be any greater. Therefore, she used the most intense method to take revenge on him. She went to look for Yang Dingtian to sleep with her, and wanted to make Wu Yuming wear a green hat. After that, she and Wu Yuming didn't speak a single word on the way back to the Vulture Palace. However, 12 to 14 hours had already passed since she agreed to the divorce. The flames of anger in her heart had already gradually cooled down, and her entire person had also gradually calmed down. After the anger faded, what surged up was naturally uneasiness, and also longing. However, she was a person who cherished her face very much. She absolutely wouldn't be the first to admit her mistake. If someone were to admit their mistake, it would definitely be Wu Yuming who admitted his mistake first. Therefore, when she clearly knew that Wu Yuming brought her to the Vulture Palace to salvage the situation, she still half-heartedly went to Wulingzi. However, she didn't expect that the old ancestor would actually say such resolute words, and actually wanted to betroth her to Yang Dingtian. Immediately, her heart became terrified. She really didn't love Yang Dingtian. She was still infatuated with Wu Yuming. Even though Wu Yuming was very hypocritical, and his love for her seemed to be relatively fake. However, Wu Yuming was still incomparably handsome, mysterious, and proud. This kind of charm was originally the thing that made her the most intoxicated. Of course, she cherished her face. Although she had such thoughts in her heart, it was impossible for her to admit defeat verbally. If someone were to admit defeat, it would be Wu Yuming. Wulingzi coldly looked at Wu Yuming and said, "Vulture's hell crystal was stolen by you, wasn't it?" Wu Yuming knelt on the ground, motionless. She neither admitted nor denied it. Vulture also stared at him, wanting to get an answer from him. Wulingzi continued to ask, "You have a complicated relationship with that pretty boy from the grassland of Dongli, don't you?" Wu Yuming remained motionless and silent. "From the beginning to the end, you never wanted Vulture to obtain the Netherworld Ghost Flame, right?" Wulingzi's voice was filled with murderous intent as he said coldly, "If you think you can escape by keeping your mouth shut, then you are wrong. Wu Yuming, let me tell you, your mother, Wu Yu, can't withstand my anger." Wu Yuming still didn't say a word, but her gaze had gradually changed from respectful to serious, then to stern and even arrogant. Seeing Wu Yuming's change, Wulingzi's face became colder and colder, and the murderous intent on his body became stronger and stronger. "What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it?" Wulingzi said, "If you continue to resist silently, I will definitely teach you an unforgettable lesson." Wu Yuming indifferently looked at Wulingzi and slowly said, "I won't tell you, but my silence means everything." When Wu Yuming said these words, she was very proud. There was no respect at all, and even indifference and arrogance. No one had ever dared to speak to Wulingzi like this, let alone the previous Wu Yuming. She was always respectful, and her attitude was even more humble and courteous than Wulingzi's real grandson. But now, his face was as cold as iron, and his gaze was as calm as an ancient well. Wulingzi's heart trembled, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. For some reason, Vulture should be angry when she saw Wu Yuming being rude to the ancestor, but she wasn't. Instead, she was very infatuated, even more so than before. Wulingzi was stunned at first, and then he let out a burst of hair-raising laughter. "Good, good, good. Ha 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 ha." Wulingzi laughed louder, but his gaze became colder. He looked at Wu Yuming and said, "It really wasn't easy, you only revealed your face today. It really wasn't easy, very good. Vulture, don't tell me you want to separate, don't you want to break off all relations?" "Okay, I agree, you will completely break off the engagement. From now on, Vulture Palace and the Sea of Hades will have a clean break." When these words came out, Wu Yuming's face was expressionless, but Vulture's expression changed greatly. "Vulture, you are still a virgin, right?" "That's just right. I will betroth you to Yang Dingtian, and my Vulture Palace will cooperate with Yang Dingtian, and we will be invincible." Wulingzi said resolutely, from now on, Wu Yuming and Vulture have nothing to do with each other, and the Vulture Palace and the Sea of Hades have nothing to do with each other. Senior, farewell. Wu Yuming didn't say a word. She bowed, and then turned to leave. But even when he bowed, he was filled with absolute arrogance. Without any hesitation or pleading, he left decisively. Vulture was completely stunned, and her beautiful face was completely pale. The moment Wu Yuming walked out, she felt an incomparable pain in her heart, a pain that felt like it was being torn apart. She didn't know why. Before they broke off relations, Wu Yuming's hypocritical expression had indeed made her infatuated, but it was only infatuation, not love. However, from the moment he agreed to the separation, from the moment he twitched in pain, from the moment he treated her coldly, from the moment he was cold and arrogant in front of the ancestor, this infatuation seemed to have turned into a kind of pity, and an even deeper emotion. No. Vulture's mind was instantly filled with countless complex emotions. She couldn't hold it in any longer, and suddenly screamed, and then rushed out. Then, she hugged Wu Yuming from behind and cried, "No, I won't separate, I don't want to separate. Nothing happened between me and Yang Dingtian, I don't want to be separated." Wu Lingzi, who was behind her, immediately flew into a rage. "Vulture, come back. If you disgrace my Vulture Palace again, I'll break your legs and break your waist," Wu Lingzi angrily rebuked. "Our Vulture Palace doesn't need women who don't know how to respect themselves." "No, no, I won't separate, I won't separate," Vulture wailed. Wu Yuming gently grabbed Vulture's hand, and gently pried it away, saying, "Although you make me very sad, I won't blame you. You're still just a child. That's right, what you felt before was right. I did marry you for the power of the Vulture Palace. My feelings for you are still very weak." Vulture only cried and shook her head desperately, and didn't say anything. "I originally planned to continue pretending," Wu Yuming said, "but anger, that feeling of uneasiness, imprisoned me. I suddenly envy Yang Dingtian. He doesn't need to be a hypocrite. He can say and do whatever he wants. So I'm tired, and I don't want to pretend anymore." Vulture was still wailing, and didn't know what to say. Perhaps Wu Yuming's words were too lonely and complicated for her, and she didn't know how to respond. But without a doubt, Wu Yuming's words made her very afraid. "Sect Master Wu Lingzi, you're on your own," Wu Yuming said coldly, and then pried Vulture's hand away, and walked forward. Wu Yuming's last words made Wu Lingzi's expression change dramatically. He slowly said, "Wu Yuming, say your last words clearly. What do you mean by, you're on your own? If you don't say it clearly, don't leave today." "What? You still want me to stay?" Wu Yuming said slowly. "Your mother, to me, is not someone I can't offend." "I don't fear her that much," Wu Lingzi said coldly, and then slowly raised his right hand. "Sect Master Wu Yu, she is not my mother. She is only an infatuated lover who submitted to my adoptive father," Wu Yuming said slowly. Wu Lingzi's expression changed, and he said, "Adoptive father? Who is your adoptive father?" "Of course it's my heaven, my earth, my God, His Majesty the Demon King Wentian," Wu Yuming said. Wu Lingzi's body shook, and he hissed, "But, he's already dead." "No, he'll be back soon." Wu Yuming said indifferently, "Didn't you ask me if I never wanted Vulture to obtain the Netherworld Ghost Flame in the Ghost Hell region? I can answer you, yes, and no." "What do you mean?" Wu Lingzi asked. "I don't really want Vulture to obtain it, but if she obtains it, I won't mind. I just don't want Yang Dingtian's people to obtain it." Wu Yuming said, "In fact, I'd rather Vulture be a little girl, and not some powerful heaven spirit master. Some girls, after becoming strong, will become very unlikable. However, I won't use my strength to prevent Vulture from obtaining that flame. In fact, that flame is not some netherworld ghost flame. Just like the one you obtained 200 years ago, it was also not some netherworld ghost flame." Wu Lingzi said coldly, "What do you mean? If it's not the netherworld ghost flame, then what is it? It's just a flame that the Netherworld Ghost Emperor used to deceive idiots. Although it's very, very strong, it's definitely not the Netherworld Ghost Flame. Wu Yuming bluntly said the word idiot, and then said indifferently, the real Netherworld Ghost Flame is that Netherworld Ghost Emperor, don't tell me you don't know. In that instant, Wu Lingzi's body trembled, and he almost took half a step back. Even when Wu Yuming called him an idiot, he didn't have the time to care. You're saying that my relationship with Dongli is complicated? That's right, the two of us are His Majesty's adopted sons, and of course, Li Ming. Wu Yuming said indifferently, the three of us are brothers, and also competitors. Dongli and I lost, so Li Ming sat in that position and obtained some precious power. And this time, Dongli and I went to the Ghost Hell region for a very important mission, and that was to help His Majesty's soul clone take over the Netherworld Ghost Flame and become the new Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Then did you succeed? Wu Lingzi asked in a trembling voice. Of course we succeeded. Wu Yuming said indifferently, therefore, His Majesty already controls the entire underworld empire, hundreds of saint-level monarchs, thousands of half-saint-level overlords, and billions of undead. After saying this, Wu Lingzi's face completely changed. Wu Lingzi, don't forget, this so-called ghost flame of yours was bestowed by the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. Wu Yuming said slowly, now, His Majesty has become the new Netherworld Ghost Emperor. That year, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor gave this flame to you, and now he can take it back. Because of this flame, you broke through to the half-saint level, and you have an immortal body, a true immortal body. You also know that when the Netherworld Ghost Emperor bestowed this flame, he first killed you and let you die once, so you can live forever. If you take away this flame, then you will become a skeleton in an instant. Wu Lingzi's eyes suddenly widened. It was this ghost flame that gave him immortality, that allowed him to break through to the half-saint level. If he lost it, then he would lose everything. Suddenly, Wu Lingzi trembled. Perhaps you think that I, Wu Yuming, rely on you a lot, don't you? Perhaps you think that I am very proud of being the son-in-law of the Vulture Palace, don't you? You think that I will use the Vulture Palace as a life-saving straw, don't you? Wu Yuming said coldly, in your dreams. Wu Lingzi, who do you think you are? You are just an old immortal thief. You are just a despicable traitor, you are just a greedy opportunist. As soon as Wu Yuming cursed, Wu Lingzi's eyes suddenly became chaotic, and an angry murderous aura surged. He wished that he could tear Wu Yuming into pieces. Old thief, 200 years ago, you betrayed my adoptive father. In about 3 years, he will be resurrected. What do you think he will do to you? Wu Yuming sneered and said, don't talk about him. Your fate is now in my hands. As long as I report it, we can take away the flame in your body at any time, and I can kill you at any time. Your life is now in my hands, Your Excellency Wu Lingzi. Wu Lingzi's hands were already tightly clenched into fists. Wu Yuming said slowly, you can choose. Do you want to live forever in disgrace, or do you want to die with dignity? If you choose the latter, then kill me now. If you choose to live forever in disgrace, then kneel down now. If you don't want to be an equal partner, then be a lowly submissive. When Spirit Vulture saw this, he was completely stupefied. She really didn't expect that things would change like this. Wu Yuming looked at the trembling Wu Lingzi and said with a smile, it is very difficult to choose, right? If it was me, it would also be very difficult to choose. If you are used to being arrogant, even if you are a cowardly and incompetent person, your knees will also become hard. You have been arrogant for too long, and you have almost forgotten how lowly and shameless you used to be. Then, recall and find the feeling. If you really can't find the feeling, then kill me. Wu Lingzi's eyes were already completely crazy, and he was completely trembling. I am now 10 steps away from the door. These are your last 10 steps. How will you choose? You can see for yourself, Wu Yuming said, and then walked outside. Yang Dingtian waited for a whole day, but Wu Yuming didn't make a move. There were still a few hours before the Council of Light's Commander-in-Chief's meeting was going to be held. Once it was held, the reorganization of Central State's army would be completely decided, and the situation in Central State would be settled. In the future, Wu Yuming wouldn't be able to make a comeback. He had been guessing what Wu Yuming would do. How would she stop him? But a whole day had passed, and Wu Yuming actually didn't make a move. Yang Dingtian was puzzled, but his heart was even more alert. At this moment, Yun Zhenou's voice came from outside. Suzerain, Third Lady Gongsun and Ling Wu are here to pay respects. Wu Yuming's move was coming. Chapter 672. Without a doubt, Wu Yuming had yet to return. Yang Dingtian was extremely curious. How would he make his move? How would he interrupt Yang Dingtian's rhythm? The timing of this matter wasn't easy to grasp. This matter was extremely important. It was related to the reorganization of the armed forces in the central continent. Once Yang Dingtian completed it, Wu Yuming would have nothing to do with it. However, this matter wasn't too big either. Because it was merely postponing the Commander-in-Chief's meeting. At least, it would be postponed until Wu Yuming settled the vulture. Therefore, Wu Yuming's move this time couldn't be too heavy or too light. It would be best if she could achieve the effect of using 4 ounces to overcome 1,000 caddies. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was extremely curious. Let them in. Yang Dingtian knitted his brows slightly. Yang Dingtian didn't have any repulsion towards meeting Third Lady Gongsun. However, he still had some repulsion towards meeting Ling Wu. Soon, Third Lady Gongsun and Ling Wu entered. After entering, Ling Wu was completely expressionless. The first person Third Lady Gongsun saw after entering wasn't Yang Dingtian, but Yun Zhenou. After looking at Yun Zhenou from head to toe, she shifted her gaze from her to Yang Dingtian. However, Third Lady Gongsun and Ling Wu weren't the only ones who entered. There was also a mighty-looking old man. Although Yang Dingtian hadn't come into direct contact with this old man, he had seen him at the Tiando League conference. This person was the owner of Splendid Villa, Nangong Langia. He was also the father of Kuei Ning's deceased wife, Nangong Xiu. Splendid Villa's Nangong Langia greets City Lord Yang. Nangong Langia bowed. His entire body and even his entire aura was filled with resistance and even slight hostility. Previously, Nangong Langia was actually close to Yang Dingtian's forces. No matter if it was the establishment of the Central Continent's Council of Light or the division of defense zones, he was very cooperative. His intention to get close to Yang Dingtian was very clear. Unexpectedly, he was filled with hostility at this moment. Hearing Yang Dingtian's lack of response from Yun Zhenou frowned. Now, Yang Dingtian's direct subordinates all addressed Yang Dingtian as Sect Master Yang, while others would also address him as Chairman Yang. After all, Yang Dingtian was still the temporary chairman of the Council of Light. Now, even Yang Dingtian's enemies would not dare to call him City Lord Yang Dingtian. In an instant, Yang Dingtian knew Wu Yuming's attack method. Sure enough, he controlled the fire very well. It was neither too big nor too small, and he was able to deflect 1,000 caddies with little effort. Wu Gongsun greets City Lord Yang Dingtian. Third Lady Gongsun bowed slightly. Ling Wu greets City Lord Yang Dingtian, said Ling Wu. Previously, no one dared to address Yang Dingtian as City Lord, but now there were 3 of them. What's the matter? Yang Dingtian asked. Third Lady Gongsun said, I heard that City Lord Yang Dingtian once saw my sister's corpse in the demon area. Of course. Miss Nangong's corpse as well. It was indeed this matter. Yang Dingtian asked, Second Lady Wu, who did you hear this from? When Yang Dingtian addressed her as Second Lady Wu, there was absolutely no sarcasm in it. It was only to distinguish it from vulture. However, after Third Lady Gongsun heard this, her beautiful face turned cold, and her gaze was instantly filled with hostility. This person was really interesting. He only allowed her to address him as City Lord Yang, and no one else was allowed to address her as Second Lady Wu. It's not important who I heard it from. I believe you also know who I heard it from. The key is whether what I said is true or not. Third Lady Gongsun said aggressively. Yang Dingtian instantly fell into a short silence. This time, Wu Yoming's target was Qin Ji. Firstly, it was to take revenge for the 7 refined lane. Secondly, it was to use Qin Ji to force Yang Dingtian to compromise. Of course, he could just directly say that he didn't see any corpse. Even if Vulture came to testify, because of their hostile relationship, her testimony would have no effect. Yun Zhenu immediately looked at Yang Dingtian, indicating that he didn't see anything. That's right, I saw it. Yang Dingtian said directly. Third Lady Gongsun said, also, I heard that the killer was Qin Ji. Of course, she was impersonating the Witch of Evil Ways, Wu Maji. Yang Dingtian's gaze instantly turned cold. Not only did Third Lady Gongsun want to burn Qin Ji, she also wanted to burn Wu Maji. Pay attention to this phrase, evil ways, Witch of Evil Ways, Wu Maji. As for Wu Maji's identity, the Tiando League's officials had always been vague. In fact, it was definitely vague. This was because Yang Dingtian and Wu Maji's relationship was already very complicated. Now, they were even husband and wife. Yang Dingtian looked at Third Lady Gongsun. Qin Ji was very close to him, and she had contributed greatly in the 7 refined lane incident. Yang Dingtian definitely wouldn't abandon her, but he wouldn't be that angry. What if Third Lady Gongsun dared to touch Wu Maji? Yang Dingtian definitely wouldn't tolerate it. Yang Dingtian's family members were his reverse scale. If his reverse scale was touched, Yang Dingtian wouldn't care about morality, and he would do whatever it took. City Lord Yang Dingtian, you still haven't answered Madame Wu's question. Nangong Lengjie said. Yang Dingtian's face instantly turned cold, and he said indifferently, I did see the corpses of 4th Lady Gongsun and Nangong Xiu, but I don't know who killed them. If they were killed by Qin Ji, does City Lord Yang want to cover for her? Third Lady Gongsun said. Evidence, words don't count. We need evidence. Yang Dingtian said resolutely, moreover, it can't be anyone's irresponsible remarks. We need evidence. Evidence? Don't worry, there will be evidence. Third Lady Gongsun said coldly. Nangong Lengjie said stiffly, a life for a life. City Lord Yang is in charge of the Council of Light, so you undoubtedly understand this principle. Please seek justice for my Lengjie villa. After saying that coldly, Nangong Lengjie turned around and left. Third Lady Gongsun and Lingwu also turned around and left. She didn't say anything to ask Yang Dingtian to postpone the Commander-in-Chief's meeting, because there was no need to say it. As long as Yang Dingtian postponed the meeting of the Central Continent's military reorganization, Wu Yoming's side would naturally let this matter go. Otherwise, they would push Qin Ji to the guillotine. From the beginning to the end, Lingwu didn't say a word and left with Third Lady Gongsun directly. Sect Master, what should we do? Yun Zhenu said. She really wanted to say to give up on Qin Ji and consider the overall situation, but she couldn't say it. I'll go and see Qin Ji. Yang Dingtian said. No, you shouldn't go at this time. If you go and see her, it'll be even harder to explain. They'll make up any dirty rumors. Yun Zhenu said. I don't care. Yang Dingtian said, if anyone dares to tamper with my relationship with Qin Ji, I don't mind starting a massacre. After that, Yang Dingtian changed into casual clothes, disguised himself, and left the Council of Light for the 7 refined lane. The current 7 refined lane had already become a pure art and charity organization, and Qin Ji had become the person in charge. Suddenly, her career seemed to have entered a complete spring, and she blossomed with unimaginable talent. In a secret loft, Yang Dingtian met Qin Ji. Before Yang Dingtian even opened his mouth, her expression was already ugly, as if she already knew something. You're the one who killed Nan Gongxiu and 4th Lady Gongsun? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, I'm the one who killed them. Qin Ji said, because they had humiliated me before, so I want to take revenge. After saying that, Qin Ji smiled and said, what do you plan to do? Capture me selflessly and punish me according to the law. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and sighed, I've never been a wise leader. If my wife killed someone, I wouldn't hesitate to cover up her crime. Whoever wants to deal with her, I'll kill them. As soon as he said that, Qin Ji's beautiful eyes lit up. Yang Dingtian continued, you and I have a complicated relationship. We were once mortal enemies, but then we became friends. Now, I've become your admirer. Qin Ji smiled and said, I see you in my dreams every night, and I can't sleep at all. Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This crazy woman, even at this time, she was still spouting nonsense. So, I can't do things like putting righteousness before family. Yang Dingtian said, you killed Nan Gongxiu, you killed 4th Lady Gongsun. Vulture knows about this, but her testimony isn't necessarily useful. As long as there's no evidence, no one can do anything to you. Qin Ji smiled sadly and said, unfortunately, they have evidence in their hands. Evidence? Yang Dingtian hissed, how is that possible? How can there be evidence for this kind of thing? Qin Ji said, I'm mentally perverted, so I cruelly killed Nan Gongxiu and 4th Lady Gongsun. In order to take it out for fun in the future, I recorded it with an echo jade, and I'll take it out to see it myself. You crazy woman, you crazy woman. Yang Dingtian hissed. I can't help it. At that time, my heart was only filled with hatred and perversion, and I didn't find the person I loved, so of course I became perverted. Qin Ji said indifferently, but now I'm close to becoming a pervert. Although I found the person I loved, that person doesn't want me, and thinks I'm disgusting. How do I think you're disgusting? Don't talk nonsense. Yang Dingtian said. I didn't say that the man I loved was you, don't think too much. Qin Ji giggled. Yang Dingtian really didn't know what to do with this crazy woman. What about those echo jades? Yang Dingtian asked. Qin Ji said, Yang Dingtian, why do you think it's so difficult to be a good person? What do you mean? Yang Dingtian asked. I helped you destroy the 7 refined lane, and saved many orphans and many innocent women. Qin Ji said slowly, then, I seem to have found the home in my heart, and for the first time, I felt peace and happiness. I even felt that I had found a new lease of life. Because, I helped many people, and saved many people. Next, I would use my life's energy to do my art, and my charity work. So, my assistants, my maids, many of them were chosen from the orphans I saved, and I felt that they wouldn't betray me. However, my personal maid betrayed me. She stole my reflection jades and went missing. She was only 13 years old, how could she have learned how to betray me? Qin Ji's words didn't have much hatred, but instead, it was as if her heart had died. This matter was undoubtedly a huge blow to her. Qin Ji always felt that she was dirty, and that she would never be able to clean herself. She was once a man, and a despicable and dirty man. This was something that couldn't be changed no matter how many times she tried to convince herself. She knew this deep in her heart, and she would never have the chance to become clean in this lifetime. So, she cherished these orphans very much. Because when these orphans were saved, it was equivalent to being reborn. So, she was willing to place all her hopes on these orphans. However, these orphans that she thought were pure, the orphans that she saved, the orphans that she treated as her own, betrayed her, and gave her a fatal blow. She was crazy, but she was also sensitive and fragile. So, this fatal blow was something that she couldn't withstand. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, and gently kissed her forehead, saying, all right, you don't have to care about what happens next, leave it to me. I'll still say the same thing, I'm not a wise leader. It's impossible for me to give up on you. Then, are you going to compromise for me? Qin Ji asked. No. Yang Dingtian said resolutely, I won't compromise either. When Yang Dingtian went to meet Qin Ji, Wu Maji returned to the Council of Light, and excitedly went to look for Yang Dingtian. They hadn't been intimate for a few days, and she was a little impatient. So, she used the flash technique to enter, to give Yang Dingtian a surprise. In the end, Yang Dingtian wasn't inside, only Yun Zhenu was there, and she was frowning. Where's my husband? Wu Maji asked. Yun Zhenu quickly got up, bowed and said, Greetings, madam, sect leader isn't here. Where did he go? Wu Maji asked. Sorry, I can't say. Yun Zhenu said. That's right, even though Wu Maji was Yang Dingtian's wife, she still couldn't talk about official matters. Wu Maji immediately realized that she had encountered a big problem. Taking a deep breath, Wu Maji said, Yun Zhenu, I believe you know your sect leader's weakness, he's soft-hearted, not ruthless, and a little naive, right? Yun Zhenu couldn't help but nod. I'm a woman, ruthless and ruthless. So, it's better to tell me some things than not. Wu Maji said, what do you think? Yun Zhenu hesitated for a moment, then told her everything. She didn't embellish anything, and told her everything, repeating every single word of what Third Lady Gongsun said. She heard that Third Lady Gongsun had set her on fire. She even planned to use Qin Ji to force Yang Dingtian to compromise. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, and said, Yun Zhenu, tell me this is the right thing to do. Or else, my husband will suffer a great loss. Then, her face turned cold, and she said coldly, Third Lady Gongsun, you dare to set your sights on me, on my husband's head? If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish, I'll make you wish you were dead, you'll beg for death, but you won't be able to die. Instantly, Yun Zhenu's delicate body shivered. Then, Wu Maji turned and walked out, and said to Yun Zhenu, Zhenu, don't tell my husband that I'm back. This is a secret between the two of us. Oh, yes. Yun Zhenu said. Chapter 673. Qin Ji, no matter what happens, you don't have to care about it. Yang Dingtian said, as long as I'm here, no one can do anything to you. Qin Ji giggled and said, it's rare for you to be so domineering. Although it's a little out of place, it's really intoxicating. Yang Dingtian immediately frowned. Alright, I believe you. I'll sit at home and not go anywhere. I'll wait for you to protect me. Qin Ji said with a smile, what are you going to do? Then you don't have to care about it. Yang Dingtian then turned around and was about to leave. When he was about to walk out of the door, Qin Ji suddenly shouted, Yang Dingtian, do you dare to kiss me? Yang Dingtian immediately felt helpless and said, I dare. But let's talk about it after this matter is over. Then, Yang Dingtian said solemnly, Qin Ji, remember. Stay in the 7 refined lane and don't do anything. Leave everything to me, okay? Qin Ji nodded seriously and said, okay. I'll definitely be obedient. Then, she directly left the 7 refined lane. Yang Dingtian directly came to Wu Yoming's castle. After seeing Ling Wu, he directly said, has Wu Yoming returned? No. Ling Wu said. Then go in and report that I want to see Third Lady Gongsun. Yang Dingtian said. Please wait for a moment. Ling Wu said and then went in to report. For some unknown reason, the current Ling Wu didn't speak ill of Yang Dingtian when she saw him. However, her gaze was even colder and more resolute. Madam invites you in. Ling Wu said and then led the way. In the magnificent hall of the castle, Yang Dingtian saw Third Lady Gongsun. Why does City Lord Yang want to see me? Third Lady Gongsun asked. Negotiation. Yang Dingtian said, give me the evidence of Qin Ji killing Nangong Xiao and 4th Lady Gongsun. Did you agree to our terms? Postpone the meeting and wait for my husband to come back, then we'll let Qin Ji go. Third Lady Gongsun said, otherwise, Qin Ji will die for sure. One had to know that the evil spirit energy in her body was merely a 5th grade one. She didn't have an immortal body. Although she wouldn't die from such a serious injury as having her chest pierced, she still wouldn't die. But if her head was chopped off, she would definitely die. And for her crime. This woman is really crazy. Not only did she kill my younger sister and Nangong Xiu, she even recorded it with her own recovery jade. The Central Continent's Military Reorganization Conference is an official affair. It's a major matter. I will never abandon my personal affairs for official business. I will never compromise on official business. Yang Dingtian spoke straightforwardly, therefore, I can only use my personal affairs to exchange for my personal affairs. That's impossible. Go back, Third Lady Gongsun said bluntly. You don't have the right to decide. You're just the messenger, Yang Dingtian said firmly. My husband told me that we can either postpone the meeting or kill Qin Ji. There's no other possibility of negotiation, Third Lady Gongsun said. You should listen to my bargaining chip first. Yang Dingtian said, I have many treasures that Wu Yuming covets. Apart from my soul sword, I can give you any of them. I'm not interested, Third Lady Gongsun said firmly. No. Yang Dingtian said, Wu Yuming will definitely be interested. Soul Condensing Shadow, Cosmos Ring, Guardian Ring, Demon Spirit Heart, 9th Grade Mystic Skills Secret Manual, my remaining 3 Resurrection Holy Water Elixirs, and even more precious treasures. You can choose from all of them. Third Lady Gongsuan's expression changed immediately. The bargaining chip that Yang Dingtian had offered was extremely deep. Even Ling Wu, who was standing behind him, had a sudden change in expression. You really dote on that Qin Ji deeply. Don't you know that he was once a man? Or perhaps, you dote on him especially because of this? Third Lady Gongsun said slowly. She's not my woman, and she won't be my woman. But she's my friend, and she's helped me a lot in the past, Yang Dingtian said. As long as it's someone I want to protect, I'll protect her no matter how big the price is. Ling Wu trembled once again when she heard these words. Yang Dingtian could pay so much for an unrelated person. Then why was he so cruel to her before? Thinking of this question, Ling Wu suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. But faintly, she didn't dare to delve into the reason. She didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if she bent down to him at that time. If she were to encounter danger today, how would Yang Dingtian protect her? She didn't dare to imagine this scene at all. Because once she imagined it, it wasn't just intense pain, it was also ice-cold all over her body. What if I refuse? Third Lady Gongsun said, are you going to kill me? Yang Dingtian said, Wu Yuming and I have a tacit understanding. I won't kill his woman, and he can't touch mine. Third Lady Gongsun smiled and said, then I'm curious. What are you going to do if we refuse? Yang Dingtian just stared at Third Lady Gongsun. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with complete coldness. I can tell you right now that I refuse. Third Lady Gongsun said, when you hold the military reorganization meeting, someone will directly take out the evidence of Qin Ji killing Nangong Xiu and my sister. At that time, it'll be hard for Qin Ji to survive. Unless you obediently postpone the reorganization meeting and wait until my husband returns from the Vulture Palace. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian said. There were still 6 hours before the scheduled military reorganization meeting. Yang Dingtian held another small closed-door meeting in the Council of Light. He explained the matter of Qin Ji clearly to everyone. I'll set the tone. First, Qin Ji can't die. Second, the military reorganization meeting must be carried out as scheduled and without compromise. Yang Dingtian said, under these 2 conditions, you can raise any ideas you have. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, everyone sighed in their hearts. The most emotional one was probably Qin Wanqiu. After all, this was his flesh and blood. If it were anyone else present, they could easily decide to sacrifice Qin Ji, even Dongfang Minmi. In the face of such a big matter, Qin Ji's life was nothing. But for Yang Dingtian, this was his weak spot. It should be said that Wu Yoming's vision was very accurate. She could instantly find his weak spot without crossing Yang Dingtian's bottom line. Who was Yang Dingtian's bottom line? Of course, it was his wife. In the Ghost Hell region, both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality and killed each other. But in Zhongjing, they had to change the way they played. They had to play a game of struggle within the rules. For Qin Ji, who wasn't even his woman, Yang Dingtian had been captured by Wu Yuming. This was undoubtedly his political naivety. But if he wasn't so naive, all the big shots present wouldn't have obeyed Yang Dingtian from the bottom of their hearts. Because they would never be worried that they would be betrayed by him. Dongfang Minmi and Qin Wanqiu had discussed many times. Although Yang Dingtian's work wasn't much, his leadership role in the Council of Light was irreplaceable. Because he was the only one that all the big shots were willing to accept. If Yang Dingtian died, the Council of Light would instantly fall apart. Because no one could receive everyone's approval. Qin Wanqiu's ambition was too great. If he took the position, no one would accept him. Zhu Qingzhu's ambition was also too great. If he became the leader, all the big shots would have to worry about their foundations being swallowed up. As for Zhu Qingqi, although he didn't have much ambition, he was antisocial and not good at communication. Dongfang Minmi had the style of a leader. But when he became the leader, the first person to betray him was Qin Wanqiu. After several struggles, why did Qin Wanqiu finally choose to follow Yang Dingtian? Because of Naga. Because he felt that Yang Dingtian would be invincible in the future and be able to resist the demon king Wentian. If Yang Dingtian died, he would immediately surrender to the evil ways. Yang Dingtian didn't reach his current position overnight. Instead, he went through countless struggles and wars. After going through so many hardships, all the big shots accepted this young man who had a bright future. He was a little childish but selfless. In the matter of the 7 refined lane, Qin Ji made a great contribution. So even if she's guilty of murder, she can atone for her crimes. She can be spared the death penalty, but she can still be punished. She can even be imprisoned for life, Dongfang Minmi said. After Yang Dingtian heard this, he nodded and didn't express any opinions. We might as well let her leave Zhongjing, change her appearance, disappear from the world, and completely disappear from the world. Qin Wanqiu said, then, we'll issue a wanted order to capture her. No. Song Chunhua said, that will hurt the sect master's reputation. The sect master's reputation isn't good to begin with. Qin Wanqiu smiled and said, and most of it was ruined by our own chaos times. Song Chunhua said, the sect master's bad reputation is all very personal. For example, he's fickle, has a close relationship with Dugu Fengwu, and is entangled with Wu Maji. But in terms of official matters, the sect master's reputation is flawless. Anyone in the world can attack the sect master's lust and private life. But no one dares to question the sect master's fairness and impartiality. Everyone was instantly stunned. That's right, that was really the case. There were even many people in the world who believed that Yang Dingtian and Madame Shimen definitely had something going on. But if someone said that Yang Dingtian was bending the law for personal gain, abusing public authority in the Council of Light for personal gain, or that Yang Dingtian was greedy for power and embezzled it for personal gain, everyone would disdain it. It could be said that in terms of official matters, Yang Dingtian was definitely a gold-plated signboard, and he was worthy of everyone's trust. Just imprison her for life. Dongfang Minmi said, after all, she is now involved in art and creation. She doesn't have to show her face in public. Being imprisoned for life might not be a bad thing for her. Yang Dingtian said, in the investigation of the 7 refined lanes crimes, is third Lady Gongsun clean? Is she guilty of any crimes? No. Yun Junna said. Think of a way to find her. Even if she is guilty of the slightest crime, arrest her first. If she isn't guilty, find her guilty. Yang Dingtian said coldly. Third Lady Gongsun and Nangong Langxie received a letter at the same time. It was written by Qin Ji of the 7 Refined Lane, inviting the two of them to the 7 Refined Lane stage for a chat. Third Lady Gongsun and Nangong Langxie used their fastest speed to rush to the 7 Refined Lane stage. On the stage, only Qin Ji was there. When she saw Third Lady Gongsun and Nangong Langxie, Qin Ji smiled and said, "You guys are here." Qin Ji gently played the zither. The sound of the zither was beautiful and lingered in the air for 3 days. At this moment, Qin Ji was dressed like fire. Her beautiful face was like a flower that had bloomed to its peak. She was extremely beautiful. Even Third Lady Gongsun felt that she was breathtakingly beautiful when she saw her. In fact, Qin Ji had never been so beautiful before. "Demoness, did you kill my daughter?" Nangong Langxie asked sternly. "That's right." Qin Ji said with a smile, "Fourth Lady Gongsun was also killed by me. My methods were really cruel. Now that I think about it, I can't bear to do it. However, I was already mentally sick at that time. I'll tear you into pieces." Nangong Langxie said crazily. "Villa Master Nangong, there's no hurry. If you kill her now, you'll be fulfilling Yang Dingtian's wish." Third Lady Gongsun sneered and said, "Qin Ji, if you have any tricks, just use them." "What tricks can I have? I just want to perform for you." Qin Ji said with a smile, "This song was written for me by Yang Dingtian. He said that he copied it, but I don't believe him. After I composed the song, I've never sung or danced before. Sister Third Lady, you're a singing and dancing master. You can show me." "All right." Third Lady Gongsun sneered. Qin Ji left the zither and stood up slowly. Her delicate body was slightly bent, becoming an extremely beautiful figure. There's a beauty in the north. Unique and independent. Qin Ji sang and danced at the same time. Her delicate body was originally graceful and moving. Now that she was wearing this gorgeous dance dress, her entire body was filled with incomparable charm and beauty. After Qin Ji became 5th Lady Gongsun, she tried her best to squeeze out all the songs in Yang Dingtian's brain. Poor Yang Dingtian, how could he have so many songs? He couldn't give him modern songs, right? He could only give him ancient songs. As a result, Yang Dingtian racked his brains and recalled some beautiful ancient songs, such as "May We Last Forever" and "May We Share the Beauty of the Moon Even from 1,000 Miles Away." Yang Dingtian was forced to hand over the 5th song. Moreover, the beauty of the moon could be said to be the moon on earth, but it wasn't easy to translate it here. Yang Dingtian had forcefully changed the words. In the end, Yang Dingtian really had no other choice. He could only use the song sung by Zhang Zi in the movie Ambush on All Sides. Yang Dingtian began to feel that this song was from a modern movie and not some famous ancient song that had been passed down for thousands of years. It was definitely not as good as Su Shi's Shuidiao Getu or Spring River Flower Moon. But he really had no idea, so he could only use it to make up the numbers. In the end, this beauty song, that wasn't very good, was what Qin Ji liked the most. She loved it so much that she couldn't put it down. Without a doubt, she must have put herself in Yang Dingtian's shoes and felt that this was written for her by Yang Dingtian. She felt that the exceptional beauty mentioned in this book was her. There was no other way. Qin Ji had always been very narcissistic. She spent most of the year looking in the mirror. After getting Beauty Song, Qin Ji was intoxicated, so she spent more than half a year choreographing and composing the song. Finally, the beautiful and heavenly Beauty Song was released. Qin Ji continued to sing and dance. A glance could topple a city. a second glance could topple a country. Would rather topple a city or a country? A beauty is hard to come by. There was no accompaniment, but the song she sang was like the sound of nature, lingering in the air for 3 days. Although there was no one to dance with, her dance was magnificent in the autumn evening, flying through the clouds and rain. Graceful like orchids and green jade, graceful like a swimming dragon. Even though they were enemies, even though their hearts were filled with hatred. However, Third Lady Gongsun and Nangong Langxie were also completely immersed in Qin Ji's dance. This dance song had consumed all of Qin Ji's energy. She was using her life to interpret her beauty. At this moment, Qin Ji didn't look like a beautiful person, but like a flower that had bloomed to the extreme, a fire that had bloomed to the extreme. The song had been sung, but the wonderful dance continued. In the end, Qin Ji was like a ball of flame, spinning quickly on the stage. Spin, spin. Unleash all of her beauty, all of her emotions. In fact, the entire stage and the entire courtyard became gorgeous and coquettish because of Qin Ji's dance. Boom! Qin Ji's delicate body spun to the extreme. Suddenly, her delicate body emitted raging flames. In an instant, her entire body was burning. Boom! Afterwards, the entire gorgeous stage was set ablaze in a flash. However, she was still spinning and dancing. Ha 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 ha, as she danced, she laughed. It wasn't an arrogant laugh, but a clear and beautiful laugh. Then, in the raging flames, she continued to sing affectionately. There's a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. With a glance, she could topple a city, and with another glance, she could topple a country. Would rather topple a city or a country? A beauty is hard to come by. She finished singing again. Qin Ji had completely turned into flames and disappeared. You want to use me to make Yang Dingtian compromise? Dream on. Please tell Yang Dingtian that I love him. Bang! The entire gorgeous stage suddenly collapsed. The beautiful Qin Ji was completely buried by the flames. Dozens of feet under the flames, in the darkness, stood a beautiful figure. Wu Maji said softly, "My good sister, you're so beautiful." Nangong Langjie and Third Lady Gongsun were completely stunned. They stood rooted to the ground, unable to move. After a long while, Third Lady Gongsun said, "Villa Master Nangong, let's go." Then, the two of them left the 7 refined lane in different directions. There were still 2 hours before the military reorganization meeting. Yang Dingtian was going to make the final decision on Qin Ji's matter. At this moment, Zhu Hongxue rushed in and whispered in Yang Dingtian's ear, "Faction leader, there's no need to discuss. Qin Ji has burned herself to death." Yang Dingtian instantly became a statue. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He didn't move for a full 15 minutes. Let's go to the Tiando League's main hall for the military reorganization meeting. Yang Dingtian said, after this, no matter what method, Third Lady Gongsun must be executed. Filled with shock and fear, Third Lady Gongsun walked back to her castle in a daze. She knew that Yang Dingtian would definitely take revenge. He would definitely take revenge. Just like how the 7 refined lane couldn't bear Yang Dingtian's anger, she couldn't bear it either. Just as she was walking on the street, she suddenly felt a gust of cold wind. Her beautiful body disappeared into thin air. When she woke up again, Third Lady Gongsun was already in an underground secret room. Right now, she was completely naked and surrounded by darkness. Third Lady Gongsun was terrified. Who was it? Yang Dingtian, I know you kidnapped me. Don't forget that I'm Wu Yoming's woman. My husband will do the same to you as you did to me, Third Lady Gongsun said coldly. She struggled with all her might, but she realized that she couldn't muster any strength. Yang Dingtian, you bastard. How are you going to deal with me? Let me go, let me go. Third Lady Gongsun screamed in horror. At this moment, a ray of light slowly entered. A woman with an incomparably beautiful body entered with a ball of light in her hands. Wu Maji looked lovingly at the ball of light in her hands and said gently, Qin Ji, can you be my little sister from now on? The ball of light in her hands was Qin Ji's soul. Yes, Qin Ji was a 5th-grade evil spirit. She could withstand heavy injuries, but she couldn't be immortal. However, as the owner of the evil spirit tree, Wu Maji could give her a 4th-grade evil spirit. After her physical body died, her soul could float out under the protection of the evil spirit. Then, he used soul convergence to make her soul incomparably powerful. Okay. If you weave, then I'll weave too, Qin Ji's soul said. Wu Maji said gently, haven't you always hated that you don't have a real woman's body? You've left a shadow in men's hearts, and they don't dare to be intimate with you. Now, I'll give you a real woman's body, okay? Third Lady Gongsuan's body is very, very beautiful. You'll be a complete woman from now on. Third Lady Gongsun screamed in horror, her soul almost leaving her body. Chapter 674. Third Lady Gongsun appeared in front of Wu Yuming with her unparalleled beauty. Nothing had changed. Yes, nothing had changed at all. Why? Wu Yuming said calmly, Yang Dingtian is childish and lustful. He definitely wouldn't want Qin Ji to die. You only need to show evidence of Qin Ji's murder at the meeting. Yang Dingtian would either imprison Qin Ji or arrest you. But no matter what, the military reorganization meeting would be interrupted and you would be able to wait for my return. Why didn't you do anything and just let the military reorganization meeting pass? Third Lady Gongsun raised her beautiful eyes and glanced at Wu Yuming. Qin Ji is dead. What? Wu Yuming exclaimed. Qin Ji is dead. She died by self-immolation. Third Lady Gongsun said, she had her own ideas. She didn't want Yang Dingtian to compromise for her, so she chose to self-immolate. Wu Yuming was immediately stunned and said, this woman is really infatuated. Third Lady Gongsun said gently, is everything going well in the Vulture Palace, my husband? It's going well. Wu Yuming's face became gentler. But Qin Ji is dead. Even if she committed suicide, Yang Dingtian will still be furious. He will definitely make a move on you. From now on, don't go anywhere. Don't give him a chance. Okay, Third Lady Gongsun said obediently. In the Vulture Palace, Wolingzi fell into absolute silence. Before this, he would ride the white crane every day and tour the entire Vulture Palace. But today, he stayed in the straw hut from morning till night, not moving at all. Ling Chuzi and Ling Bai went to visit him. Wolingzi also didn't speak for a long time. Grandfather, Ling Chuzi said, Wu Yoming's attitude is so arrogant. I'm afraid, he's not the young master of the Netherworld Sea, but one of the adopted sons of the demon king Wentian, one of the young masters of the evil ways, Wolingzi said slowly. What? Ling Bai spoke with shock. Then Wentian will revive in 3 to 5 years. His soul clone has already taken over the body of the Netherworld Ghost Emperor and is now in control of the billions of undead in the Underworld Empire, Wolingzi slowly said, this time, whatever bullshit Tiando League, there's no hope at all. Evil ways to rule the world is a foregone conclusion. Then will Wentian settle accounts with us? Ling Bai asked in shock. Yes, Wolingzi said. Then what should we do? Ling Bai said, why don't we cooperate with Yang Dingtian? Cooperate with Yang Dingtian? Are you courting death? Wolingzi said, Yang Dingtian won't live for more than 4 months, and you want to cooperate with him? As long as he dies, the entire Tiando League will fall apart. Even without the World Extermination Army fighting, those people in the Tiando League will all seek refuge with Wu Yuming. To cooperate with Yang Dingtian, you're courting death. Ling Bai said, but Yang Dingtian has created many miracles. In just 3 years, he went from a novice martial artist to a high-level martial scholar. Wolingzi said, then do you think he can break through to the 9-star martial grandmaster level in 115 days? Ling Bai was stunned and shook her head with all her might. That's impossible. Then that's it. The day he duels with Wu Yuming will be the day he dies, Wolingzi said. You're actually talking about cooperating with a corpse? Then what should we do? Ling Bai asked in shock. After the Demon King Wentian possessed the Netherworld Ghost Emperor, his opponents were no longer the Hidden Sect or the Tiando League. Wolingzi said, therefore, after Wu Yuming kills Yang Dingtian, many big shots in the Tiando League will seek refuge with him. Then, he will eliminate those who oppose him and completely accept the resources of the entire Tiando League. At that time, he will wage war with the World Extermination Army. Ling Bai said in surprise, why would they wage war? Aren't they one family? Wolingzi said, I thought about it for a day and understood that the Demon King Wentian didn't fight to win the World Extermination War, but to kill more people. He wanted to increase the number of undead in the Underworld Empire so that he could break through the Netherworld barrier as soon as possible and challenge stronger opponents. Stronger opponents? Who? Ling Chizi asked. Wolingzi said, for the past 1,000 years, there has been a world extermination war every 200 years. Every time, the Tiando League would lose miserably, but every time, they would mysteriously win. The Hidden Sect would win every world extermination war. It's as if their goal is only to kill 1 billion people. Don't you think it's strange? It's as if everything was arranged. Ling Chizi nodded and said, I often have the same doubts. If there's someone who arranged all of this, then it's undoubtedly the god of the primal chaos realm. Wolingzi said, the Demon King Wentian might be challenging that god. Ling Chizi said, the Demon King Wentian is a peerless genius. 200 years ago, although his cultivation was much higher than yours, he didn't advance to the saint level in the end. How could he win against a god? Wolingzi said, but now, he has countless saint-level undead under him. He has already possessed the energy of the Netherworld Ghost Flame for over 10,000 years. Moreover, he has already started to plot against the Snake Men Empire and is preparing to create the half-god race, Naga. Ling Chizi thought for a while and said, even so, I feel that it's impossible for him to win. He will still be destroyed. Wolingzi sighed softly and said, I also feel that Wentian will lose against a god. Ling Chizi said in surprise, then, why do we have to succumb to the evil ways again? But soon, Ling Chizi's eyes trembled and he said, I understand. Ling Bai's beautiful eyes were still wide open. She didn't understand the reason. Wolingzi sighed and said, yes, even if Wentian loses against a god, it will be at least a few hundred years or even 1,000 years later. And if we dare to stand on Yang Dingtian's side, then we will be destroyed within a few years. At the latest, it won't be more than 100 years. It's all the same, death. There's a difference between living for 100 years and living for 1,000 years. Wolingzi had really thought of everything to the extreme. He even guessed that the Demon King Wentian would only challenge the god of primal chaos after 1,000 years. Why wouldn't he make a move after he broke through the Netherworld barrier? Although the energy of the Netherworld Ghost Flame was already incomparably strong, it shouldn't be a match for a god. Even 10 billion undead couldn't destroy a god. He would definitely find the strongest helper, and that would be the half-god Naga. And Naga would need about 1,000 years to be born and grow. So, to be safe, Wentian would only challenge the god after 1,000 years. Whether to live for another 1,000 years or 100 years, Wolingzi would definitely know what to choose. Ling Chizi was silent for a moment and said, Grandfather, but I feel that Wu Yuming is too sinister. It's not easy to rely on him. Yes, it's not easy to rely on him. Wolingzi said indifferently, so, we can't put our chips on him. From now on, we will use all means to find the whereabouts of Crown Prince Li Ming or Princess Mu Dan. Forming an alliance with these two is much better than forming an alliance with Wu Yuming. Ling Chuzi said, it might be very difficult to find them. Or it might be impossible to find them at all. Walingzi nodded and said, evil ways. Wentian is the first, and the Devil Queen is the second. Further down, there's Prince Li Ming, Princess Mu Dan, and 2 foster sons, Wu Yuming and that pervert from the Dongli grassland. What do you think of the 4 of them? Ling Chuzi thought for a moment and said, originally, Li Ming was the first, but he was infatuated with Mu Dan. So, the 2 of them are tied for first. Dongli is in charge of the Naga Empire, which is related to the future of the demigod Naga. Yu Ming is in charge of the Tiando League. I think that the Naga tribe in the Naga Empire is more important. So, Wu Yoming's position should be the lowest among the 4. Walingzi said slowly, oh right, we can't find Li Ming and Mu Dan, but we can find Dongli. Vulture has already been given to Yu Ming. So, we need to find another person to give to Dongli. Ling Chuzi nodded and said, how about Ling Miao? She's more beautiful than Vulture, and her figure is also better. Although she's not a celestial spirit master or a shaman spirit master, her cultivation is not bad. Ling Miao. Walingzi shook his head and said, if we give Ling Miao to Dongli, not only will it not work, but it will also make him an enemy. Her position is too far away from Vulture. If we give her to Dongli, he will feel that his position is lower than Yu Ming's. Ling Chuzi's face changed slightly and turned pale as soon as he heard this. Ling Bai was still racking her brains and said, if Ling Miao doesn't work, then we can't find anyone to give to Dongli. There is no girl in the Vulture Palace who has a higher position than Vulture. There is one. Walingzi said indifferently. Who? Ling Bai asked. You. Walingzi said. Ling Bai's face changed drastically and turned pale. She said in shock, but I'm Vulture's mother. I have a husband. Walingzi said, it's because you are Vulture's mother that you are precious and Dongli can feel the sincerity of the Vulture Palace. Ling Bai's tears immediately poured out. She shook her head desperately and begged with all her might, ancestor, I beg you, don't. I heard that Dongli is very strange and abnormal. I beg you, don't. Walingzi sighed slowly and said, but everyone in the Vulture Palace must sacrifice for the benefit of the Vulture Palace. Ling Bai immediately cried and fell to the ground. Ling Chuzi, on the other hand, seemed to have aged 10 years. Ling Chuzi, you leave first. Walingzi said. Yes. Ling Chuzi bowed and then left the straw hut. Bai, come here. Walingzi waved his hand. Ling Bai crawled to Walingzi and lay on his lap. Walingzi's hand reached into Ling Bai's clothes and gently rubbed. Grandfather can't bear to part with you. But, for the future of the Vulture Palace, for your future, you must make a sacrifice, do you understand? In the Vulture Palace, the only woman who is more important than Vulture is you. So, you must bear this grievance. Walingzi said while exerting strength with his hands. Ling Bai panted and cried, yes, ancestor. Walingzi sighed heavily and said, my good granddaughter, I really can't bear to part with you. After waiting for a long time, Wu Yuming did not see Yang Dingtian take revenge on Third Lady Gongsun. Husband, Yang Dingtian has successfully carried out the reorganization of the Central Continent's military. What should we do? Third Lady Gongsun asked. Wu Yuming shook her head and said, this is only a small problem. As long as Yang Dingtian dies 100 days later, these won't be a problem. Ling Wu suddenly opened her mouth and said, didn't you say that it's only a martial arts competition and no one will die? At this moment, Vulture sneered and said, what? You still can't bear to see Yang Dingtian die? Ling Wu's expression changed and she didn't say anything. Wu Yuming said, originally, he didn't have to die. If he didn't do so many little tricks and didn't take the opportunity to reorganize the Central Continent, he wouldn't have to die. But now, his actions have forced him to die. Third Lady Gongsun said, once Yang Dingtian dies, the Council of Light will fall apart. The first to defect and surrender will probably be Qin Wanqiu and Qiu Wanjie. Wu Yuming glanced at Third Lady Gongsun and said, that's right. As long as Yang Dingtian dies, everything won't be a problem. Now, the key is that we have to set up the framework so that we won't be unable to take over the entire Council of Light after Yang Dingtian dies. Third Lady, Ling Wu, the two of you are my most trusted people. You have to be bold in the future. In the future, people from the Netherworld Sea and some people from the Vulture Palace will enter the central capital continuously and establish a complete authority. As long as Yang Dingtian dies, we will completely take over the entire Council of Light. Yes, husband. Third Lady Gongsuan's beautiful eyes brightened and she bowed. 4 hours later, Wu Yuming received Yang Dingtian's letter. There were only a few words on it. 115 days later, we will fight to the death. New and old debts will be settled together. Although these words weren't written very well, each and every one of them was filled with endless killing intent. Wu Yuming smiled disdainfully. Her right hand shook slightly, and the letter was immediately set ablaze. Third Lady, Yang Dingtian has temporarily swallowed his anger. He won't take revenge on you for now, Wu Yuming said. Then, he sneered coldly in his heart. There were only 115 days left before the duel. Although he claimed to be an 8-star martial grandmaster, he was more than that. If Yang Dingtian had obtained the Netherworld Ghost Fire, he could still barely resist a little. Without the Netherworld Ghost Fire, even if Yang Dingtian flew, it was impossible for him to have a big breakthrough in a short 115 days. It would be a miracle if he could break through to the martial grandmaster level. There were no more accidents in the future duel. Yang Dingtian being killed instantly was the only outcome. Wu Ying. You really don't remember everything that happened in the Taboo Continent? Dongfang Minmi asked. Wu Ying shook his head and said, I'm sorry, Sect Master. I really don't remember anything. Dongfang Minmi sighed softly and said, the Demon King Wentian has already lifted the no-kill order for Little Tian. Wu Yuming already has the intention to kill Little Tian. Now it seems that Little Tian must break through to 6 or even 7-star martial grandmaster to barely be able to fight with Wu Yuming. However, a short 115 days is too ridiculous. Wu Ying said, I broke through to the martial grandmaster level from intermediate martial grandmaster in 2 years in the Taboo Continent. Of course, I'm an elementary martial grandmaster. Dongfang Minmi was filled with worry and sighed. No matter which world it is, it's impossible to break through from 9-star martial grandmaster to 6-star martial grandmaster in a short 115 days. The heavens don't bless, they actually made Little Tian lose the Netherworld Ghost Fire. If Little Tian dies, the Council of Light will immediately fall apart. At night, after making love with Wu Maji. While she was crying and murmuring, Yang Dingtian left her snow-white body, rode on the Demon Vulture King, and headed west, towards the Taboo Continent. Chapter 675. The Taboo Continent. For any warrior in the chaotic world, it was a terrifying hell. But at the same time, for any warrior in the chaotic world, it was heaven. Why was it heaven? Because as long as one could enter the Taboo Continent and come out alive, their cultivation would definitely skyrocket. But the key was to come out alive. Then, how many people could come out alive? In any case, Shadowless was the only one who had made it out alive in the past few decades. Moreover, after he came out alive, he lost all his memories. It was as if the 2 years in the Taboo Continent did not exist in his mind. So, the most important thing to go to the Taboo Continent was to come out alive. That was a completely different world. A world completely separated from the chaotic world. The Taboo Continent, the extreme west of the Northwest Continent. It was roughly parallel to the Ghost Hell region, 30 to 40,000 miles west of the Northwest Continent. However, many people knew how big the Ghost Hell region was. It was roughly 10 million square kilometers. As for how big the taboo continent was, only God knew. Yang Dingtian rode on the Devil Vulture King and constantly flew towards the west. When he came to the northwest continent, he passed by Cloud Sky City, but he did not stop and kept flying west. He flew over the northwest Qin City, flew over the entire northwest continent, and then west was the boundless ocean. All the way west, all the way west. After flying for a day and night, he had already flown 20,000 miles. Along the way, the Demon Vulture King rested twice. After flying for another day and night, he flew another 20,000 miles. Yang Dingtian could not help but feel uneasy. Because he had already flown 40,000 miles out of the northwest continent, he should have arrived at the taboo continent. However, there was still a boundless ocean below, and no land could be seen. This should not be. He should have arrived at the taboo continent long ago. Everyone knew the approximate location of the taboo continent. But no one knew how to enter the taboo continent. Because once he left the taboo continent, it meant that he would lose all his memories. So now the problem was that Yang Dingtian could not find the taboo continent, and there was no way to land. Below him was an endless blue ocean. What was even more exaggerated was that the ocean here was different. Not to mention that there were no birds, no islands, and not even waves. That's right, there were no ripples at all. The so-called sea was like a flat blue glass that stretched as far as the eye could see. At this time, Yang Dingtian was flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters and was still flying forward. The sky gradually darkened. The resplendent stars were reflected on the surface of the sea, looking incomparably beautiful. However, Yang Dingtian wasn't in the mood to appreciate it because he couldn't find the taboo continent at all. However, the surface of the sea was really calm. It was like a mirror, reflecting the entire starry sky so clearly. Yang Dingtian could not help but look up at the starry sky. Then, he broke out in a cold sweat. This was because there was only darkness above his head. There was no such thing as a starry sky. Yang Dingtian was shocked. How could this be? Above his head was not a starry sky, but a pitch-black mass. And below, the sea actually reflected the entire starry sky. No, I have to find out what's going on. Yang Dingtian slowly descended. He was about to land on the surface of the sea. 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, the strange thing was that even after descending 10,000 meters, he still hadn't reached the surface of the sea. The surface of the sea still seemed incomparably far away. Demon Vulture King's flying altitude was only 10,000 meters. How could he not reach the surface of the sea? Yang Dingtian didn't believe it and continued to descend 10,000 meters, 20,000 meters. Then, he reached the limit of Demon Vulture King and couldn't descend any further. However, after descending 30,000 meters, the surface of the sea was still incomparably far away, as if it was out of reach. What's going on? When Yang Dingtian saw how uncomfortable the Devil Vulture King was, he quickly ascended into the sky. After ascending 30,000 meters, Demon Vulture King finally recovered his breath and escaped from the incomparable pain just now. Thus, Yang Dingtian suddenly had a terrifying thought. He let Demon Vulture King continue to ascend. Then, he realized that the darkness above his head seemed to have substance and was getting closer and closer to his head. After ascending 10,000 meters. Bang! Yang Dingtian's head directly hit the hard ground. He seemed to have reached the taboo continent. Yang Dingtian was really going crazy. Because he had already entered the taboo continent. However, the taboo continent and the chaos world were completely opposite. Above his head was the continent and below his feet was the sky. What the hell was going on? During the whole process, Yang Dingtian didn't doze off. How could the world be reversed for no reason? He didn't even know when he entered the taboo continent. Normally, the taboo continent was about 30,000 miles to the west of the northwest continent. After flying 40,000 miles, Yang Dingtian saw that he still hadn't arrived, so he flew for another day and night. In other words, he had already flown a full 30,000 miles into the taboo continent. Here, where the hell is this place? And the most painful thing was that the gravity here was still reversed. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't stand upright on the ground at all. Instead, his head was on the ground and his feet were hanging in the sky. This was too fucking awkward. And he had to carefully release his profound chi to maintain it, otherwise, he would fall into the boundless sky and leave. Yang Dingtian came down from Demon Vulture King. Using his profound chi, he forcibly twisted his body and let his feet step on the ground. Phew. Like this, his head was no longer dizzy. But it was still very uncomfortable because the gravity on the ground was completely opposite to his own. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into the sky. Therefore, every step Yang Dingtian took became very difficult. Because to completely violate the neutrality, it was completely equivalent to walking in the air. And every step on the ground, not only would there be no help, but there would be a push to push himself into the sky. Yang Dingtian's face was filled with tears. Fuck. What the hell was this place? He had to learn how to walk again, step by step like a baby. And Demon Vulture King was leisurely flying on the side. However, from Yang Dingtian's point of view, it was completely upside down, with its back down and its feet up. Claw, can you turn around? You look uncomfortable like this. Yang Dingtian said. Caw. Demon Vulture King shouted, and then turned in a direction, finally in line with Yang Dingtian. This was equivalent to it flying upside down, flying against the gravitational field. A few minutes later, Demon Vulture King screamed, dizzy, and couldn't stand it. It could fight and kill birds, but it couldn't be turned upside down like this. Then, its eyes blurred for a while, and then it spun violently, falling directly into the air. Okay, you can turn around again. If it's awkward, then so be it. Yang Dingtian said helplessly. Then, Yang Dingtian went against the gravity and walked forward step by step. Where the hell was this place? Not to mention half a person's shadow, there was not even half a ghost's shadow. There were no birds, no insects, not a single one. Even the ground was made of hard stones. There was no wind, no trees, and no wind. In short, there was no sign of life here. Yang Dingtian walked for 2 hours, trying his best to walk for dozens of miles, and finally, barely adapted to the anti-gravity walking. In this way, he walked aimlessly and walked. There was still not half a person's shadow, not half a ghost's shadow. 4 hours later, Yang Dingtian was shocked to find that his celestial chi was exhausted. What the hell, after walking for 4 hours, his celestial chi was exhausted. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation, even if he flew for 4 hours, or even 10 hours, his celestial chi would not be exhausted. But now, in just 4 hours, his celestial chi was exhausted. Walking under the anti-gravity would consume too much celestial chi. So, Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged, ready to devour the celestial chi. But he found that he couldn't sit down at all. Because when he devoured celestial chi, all the celestial chi in his body would stop. In that way, he would fall directly into the sky. There was no other way. Yang Dingtian, a claw, you hover and don't move, I will sit on you to recover my celestial chi. Then, the Demon Vulture King hovered in the air motionlessly, and Yang Dingtian reversed his direction and sat on its back. Wow, so comfortable, following the gravity, it was really comfortable. Although it looked awkward, the ground was upside down. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes and began to recover his celestial chi. When the celestial chi entered the celestial vein, Yang Dingtian suddenly discovered. Why was the celestial chi so thin? This was only a fraction of the chaotic continent. Not to mention the celestial chi condensation purification array, compared to the worst place in the chaotic world, it was much thinner. With such thin celestial chi energy, what the hell was he cultivating for? Yang Dingtian helplessly recovered his celestial chi. Normally, Yang Dingtian would be able to recover his celestial chi in more than 2 hours. In this place, it took a full 10 hours to fill up the battle profound energy. After Yang Dingtian opened his eyes, he was surprised to find that the sky was not yet bright. How the hell was this? It had been more than 10 or 20 hours since it was dark, why was the sky still not bright? After waking up, Yang Dingtian found that the demon vulture king was extremely decadent, on the verge of falling. Because, under the anti-gravity, the demon vulture king was flying all the time. But the strange thing was that the demon vulture king could fly for almost 20 hours without sleep, and at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour. Usually, even if it flew for a day and night, it would not be so tired. But now, under the anti-gravity illusion, even if it did not fly, it was still so tired. Yang Dingtian took out a pill and fed it, then grabbed its claws and said, "Next, you should rest for a while." Then, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to help the demon vulture king rest, and it was Yang Dingtian's turn to be in pain. This was completely equivalent to Yang Dingtian carrying a demon vulture king that weighed 10 to 20,000 pounds. Soon, Yang Dingtian felt that it was not only 10 to 20,000 pounds, but about 40 to 50,000 pounds. Yang Dingtian was surprised, the demon vulture king was not that heavy. Then, Yang Dingtian took out his soul sword that was close to the emperor grade, and felt the weight, and found that it was at least 500 pounds. How could it be? His soul sword was only 99 pounds, when did it reach 500 pounds? In other words, this damn place was not only anti-gravity, but also 5 times the gravity. No wonder he walked against the gravity for a few hours, and his celestial chi was completely exhausted. No wonder the demon vulture king was floating motionlessly and could be exhausted to the extreme. The demon vulture king rested for 10 hours. In other words, Yang Dingtian carried a big guy that weighed 50,000 pounds for a full 10 hours. The moment the demon vulture king woke up, Yang Dingtian painfully found that his celestial chi was completely exhausted again. Oh my god! Is this still a place for people to stay? Is this still a place for people to stay? Yang Dingtian wanted to cry but had no tears. Looking at the demon vulture king who woke up and recovered his energy, he said, "Brother, my celestial chi is exhausted, and you have to float again. It's my turn to rest." The demon vulture king rarely showed any expression. At this time, his eyes suddenly opened, and his mouth opened. Yang Dingtian read his meaning. Is this still a place for birds to stay? He didn't have to do anything every day, just take turns to recover his celestial chi. This time, Yang Dingtian directly used the Xian gathering pill. Otherwise, he really didn't have to do anything, just take turns to recover his celestial chi. After only half an hour, Yang Dingtian fully recovered his celestial chi. At this time, it was almost 30 hours since the sky turned dark, but the sky was still dark. What the hell? He couldn't go on like this. Yang Dingtian had to dig a cave for people to rest, and also for the demon vulture king to rest. Looking at the demon vulture king's figure, Yang Dingtian sighed helplessly. Can't you be a little smaller? Next, Yang Dingtian began the painful process of digging a hole. First of all, the stone here is really damn hard. However, fortunately, Yang Dingtian's soul sword is really damn sharp. Even if the stone is as hard as steel, so what? This father's soul sword is still like cutting tofu. But that's not the problem. After Yang Dingtian dug out a stone, he instinctively put it aside. Who knew that with a swoosh? The stone flew into the air. That's right, this is anti-gravity, and it's 5 times the gravity. This swoosh speed is much more awesome than the acceleration of gravity on Earth. He can't add pollution to outer space. Thus, Yang Dingtian was miserable. Every time he dug out a stone, he had to use the celestial fire to melt it with the ground, so that it wouldn't fly out directly. It took a lot of effort. Along the way, his celestial chi was exhausted twice. Yang Dingtian finally dug out an incomparably huge cave, enough for the demon vulture king to drill in. After the cave was dug out, Yang Dingtian very mischievously piled up the stones he dug out into a pyramid. The moment the cave was dug, the demon vulture king instantly cheered and then quickly drilled in. Yang Dingtian almost burst into tears. Finally, there's a place to rest. Finally, he can overcome this damn anti-gravity. Yang Dingtian and the demon vulture king slept comfortably. After waking up, it's finally dawn outside. The night here is actually 60 hours, which is 5 times more than the chaos world. Next, Yang Dingtian drilled out of the cave and began to explore this damn forbidden continent. Chapter 676. The cave that Yang Dingtian dug is really too comfortable. Although it's anti-gravity, as long as you reverse it, it's exactly the same. The ceiling at the top of the cave is the floor. Then, the demon vulture king and Yang Dingtian can lie there comfortably and sleep. However, the entrance of the cave still needs to be sealed with a huge stone. Otherwise, when Yang Dingtian falls asleep and accidentally turns over, he will fall through the entrance and accidentally fall into the endless deep space. After a comfortable sleep, Yang Dingtian walked out of the cave and began to explore this mysterious forbidden continent. Let's explore in the north direction first, how about it? Yang Dingtian asked. The demon vulture king squawked. After climbing out of the cave, Yang Dingtian tried to use his profound chi to grab the ground to prevent himself from falling into the deep space. Then, he suddenly realized that he doesn't know where the north is. Yes, it's impossible to distinguish between north, south, east, and west here. There's no reference point. Although it's already daytime, there's no double sun in the sky. It's just bright. Is this really a ghost? There's a starry sky, but there's no double sun. Thus, Yang Dingtian decided to use the entrance of the cave as a standard to explore the north. The demon vulture king grabbed the ground and was about to fly into the air. Whoosh! However, it didn't fly up. Instead, it fell into the air. Yang Dingtian quickly grabbed its claws. Then, the demon vulture king tried many times and found that it can't fly at all. Yang Dingtian was horrified and couldn't help but circulate his profound chi, planning to fly. However, he was also horrified to find that he can't fly at all. He has lost the ability to control the air. Either he falls directly into the endless sky, or he can only use his feet to grab the ground and walk with difficulty. In short, the air here can't be controlled to fly. Yang Dingtian really wants to cry but has no tears. Then, he couldn't figure it out. After calming down, he finally figured it out. As long as he steps on the forbidden continent, he can no longer fly. The demon vulture king didn't land on the ground yesterday. He could still float leisurely in the air, following Yang Dingtian. Later, it entered the cave and slept comfortably for a night. After that, it also lost the ability to fly. This is too tragic. Could it be that he could only rely on his feet to walk in the future? How the fucking taboo continent was so huge, how were they supposed to walk? Yang Dingtian and the demon vulture king were facing each other. They wanted to cry but had no tears. He had no choice but to walk on 2 feet. Although the demon vulture king would feel dizzy if he stood upside down, he could only overcome it. Thus, the man and the beast explored the north side of the cave with difficulty. This road was really fucking hard to walk. Under 5 times the gravity, he had to use his profound energy to grab onto the ground and prevent himself from falling. Then, he had to walk forward step by step. After just a few dozen miles, the demon vulture king was exhausted. In the end, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to carry it. The demon vulture king was here, weighing a total of 50,000 kilograms. Yang Dingtian carried it like this and continued to walk toward the so-called north. He walked another 30 miles. He found that his profound energy had reached the edge of danger. He could not go forward, otherwise, he would not be able to return to the cave at all. Thus, Yang Dingtian walked back again. At this time, the demon vulture king had gradually recovered some strength. Then, the man and the beast returned to the original cave dejectedly. Within 100 miles, there was not a single person, not a single living being. After returning to the cave, Yang Dingtian fell into silence. The situation was very, very, very bad. At this time, not to mention cultivation, he could not leave this terrible taboo continent at all. After setting foot on this land, he could not fly at all. Here, there were no monsters, no life, and the profound energy was extremely thin. There was no way to cultivate at all. Yang Dingtian had no idea how Shadowless broke through to the Great Grandmaster realm here. This time, it took more than 10 hours for Yang Dingtian to fully recover his profound energy. Then, he said to the demon vulture king, "Claw, you rest here, I will go out and explore again." Then, Yang Dingtian continued to explore the north alone. This time, he walked for 130 miles, but still did not gain anything. The entire taboo continent was flat stone. Not to mention life, there was not even a stone mountain. Worried about the demon vulture king, Yang Dingtian returned to the cave again and fed the demon vulture king a pill. After recovering his profound energy, Yang Dingtian went out to explore again. In this way, Yang Dingtian explored again and again, and returned to the cave again and again. Time passed day by day. There were 60 hours of day here, and 60 hours of night here. Yang Dingtian had already lost count of how many times he had gone out to explore. He had already walked through every inch within a radius of 300 miles. It had been a full month since he came to the taboo continent. He couldn't do anything, let alone cultivate. Within a radius of 300 miles, there were no monsters, no life. There were no mountains, no anything. There was only an endless hard stone plain. Yang Dingtian was about to collapse, he was really going to collapse. He had never been desperate, but now he was really desperate. A full month had passed, and not only did Yang Dingtian not cultivate at all, he could not find any place to cultivate at all. Not to mention cultivation, even surviving was extremely difficult. Fortunately, he had this soul sword that was close to the emperor grade, so he could dig a huge cave. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the endless deep space long ago. There were no demon beasts here, nor was there a magma abyss. But this was the most dangerous place. Fortunately, he had enough replenishing pills in his space ring. This time, in order to come to the taboo continent, Yang Dingtian could be said to have made countless preparations. Especially all kinds of pills, all kinds of materials, which were piled up in the entire space ring. Baby Shuang had been sleeping all this time, otherwise she would have found that there were all kinds of things piled up around her. There was no need to worry about starving to death. But Yang Dingtian was still almost desperate. He and the demon vulture king had stayed in this boundless taboo continent for a full month. In this month, he could only explore and explore. However, he found nothing. At this time, Yang Dingtian really hoped that an incomparably powerful demon beast would suddenly rush out, even if this demon beast would tear him to pieces in the next second. This feeling of loneliness and death was really too painful. That night, Yang Dingtian and the demon vulture king did not sleep. He touched the demon vulture king's neck and said, "A claw, a month has passed, and there are only 80 days before my duel. But I still haven't achieved anything. We can't go on like this. Although this cave is very comfortable." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at the surrounding cave. It was very comfortable, not only the cave, but also the stone bed, as well as the cup, the table, and the chair. Even the cup was crystal clear, which was made by Yang Dingtian with the Xian fire. But this cave will become our prison, so that we can never leave within 300 miles of this cave. Yang Dingtian said. That's right, this comfortable cave had become a prison. Yang Dingtian did not dare to go further than 300 miles away from this cave, because once he went further than 300 miles, he would not be able to return to the cave, and the only consequence would be falling into the deep space alive. Of course, Yang Dingtian could only walk more than 100 miles at most, but now he could walk more than 300 miles. How could there be a threefold improvement all of a sudden? It was not that Yang Dingtian's Xian Qi cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, but because in this long walk, Yang Dingtian could already use Xian Qi reasonably. So a claw, we are going to abandon this cave. Yang Dingtian said slowly, we will not come back, we will keep going north, we will walk for 300 miles, even if we die on the road, we will not come back, understand? The Demon Vulture King nodded vigorously. We have to use energy reasonably. When your Xian Qi is exhausted, I should still have more than half. I will slow down and carry you on my back. In this way, after 2 hours, your energy will recover part of it, and my Xian Qi will be exhausted. Then you will carry me on your back. In this way, we will keep going north. If we are lucky, we can meet someone, something, anything, we will live. If not, then we will fall into the deep space together and die. Yang Dingtian said. The Demon Vulture King's eyes showed a trace of sadness, and then nodded vigorously. Taking one last look at this warm cave, Yang Dingtian and the Demon Vulture King stayed here for a month. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said to the Demon Vulture King, let's go. Then, a man and a beast, with determined steps, walked towards the so-called north. 5 times the anti-gravity, one man and one beast, need to firmly grasp the ground with their feet to prevent themselves from falling into the deep space. Can't be too fast, can't be too slow. Step by step, they walked towards the north. 2 hours. 1.5 hours. They walked to 130 miles. The Demon Vulture King's Xian Qi energy had been exhausted, and his whole body was on the verge of collapse, and he could no longer grasp the ground. Yang Dingtian still had more than 60% of his Xian Qi left. He carried the Demon Vulture King on his back and walked towards the north step by step. Originally, it was difficult to walk under 5 times the anti-gravity, and now he had to carry a demon vulture that weighed 50,000 pounds. It was really like carrying a mountain on his back. One step. Every step became incomparably difficult. 2 hours. 2 hours. Yang Dingtian walked 220 miles. At this time, his Xian Qi had been exhausted. At this time, the Demon Vulture King woke up and recovered some energy. Yang Dingtian turned around and lay on the Demon Vulture King's stomach. The Demon Vulture King continued to walk forward. After walking for 2 hours, the Demon Vulture King suddenly stopped. At this time, Yang Dingtian's Xian Qi had recovered by more than half. Seeing the Demon Vulture King stop, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then, he understood. At this time, he was already 300 miles away from his comfortable cave. If he continued to walk forward, it meant that he would never go back. If we don't succeed, we will die trying. We will not go back. Yang Dingtian said resolutely. Then, the Demon Vulture King continued to walk towards the north. More than half an hour later, the Demon Vulture King's Xian Qi was exhausted. Yang Dingtian recovered his Xian Qi and then got down from the Demon Vulture King. Carrying the 50,000 pounds Demon Vulture King, he walked forward step by step. How much time had passed? Yang Dingtian didn't know. How far had he walked? He also didn't know. He really couldn't remember clearly. He didn't sleep for an hour or even a minute. Because he couldn't sleep, all the rest time had to be used to recover his Xian Qi. Yang Dingtian and the Demon Vulture King took turns to carry each other and walked towards the so-called north with great difficulty. Where was the destination? He didn't know. What was ahead? He also didn't know. He could only keep walking towards the north. Walk, walk, walk. At the beginning, Yang Dingtian still asked Queen Poisa in his mind about the time and distance. Later, Queen Poisa didn't tell him. They walked for perhaps 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 8,000 miles. It had been a month and a half since they came to the taboo continent. 2 months? Or longer? Yang Dingtian didn't know. In short, one man and one beast, carrying each other on their backs, kept walking towards the north. However, at this time, even if Yang Dingtian carried the 50,000 pounds Demon Vulture King, he could still walk for 8 hours, 400 to 500 miles. And the Demon Vulture King could also walk for 6 hours, more than 200 miles. This was good news. Perhaps it meant that both Yang Dingtian and the Demon Vulture King had become stronger. However, this was meaningless. Because the Xian Qi here was extremely thin. Especially the pure Xian Qi used for cultivation, it was almost less than 1% of the chaos world. There was no point in cultivating at all. And the most despairing thing was, along the way, for thousands of miles, he didn't see any life. He also didn't see any protruding stones. Looking over, there was only an incomparably flat, endless hard stone plain. There wasn't even a gust of wind. Yang Dingtian was completely sure. Those who came to the taboo continent must have basically died. This was because not everyone was like Yang Dingtian, who carried an astronomical amount of elixirs with him. Not to mention a master, even a great grandmaster, a half-saint, would die here. Even if they didn't starve to death, they would go crazy. Why were there no corpses? The reason was very simple. After death, they all fell into the endless deep space, and nothing would be left. How did Shadowless survive? How did he get out? Yang Dingtian didn't know. However, Shadowless was the only one who got out alive in the past few decades. Yang Dingtian felt that he was definitely not far from madness. He was definitely not far from collapse. Perhaps in the next second, he was going to collapse. Many times, he had instinctively put a sharp sword across his neck. He didn't want to commit suicide, but for some reason, his body always did this. And the Demon Vulture King revealed the instinct of a demon beast. It had incomparably rough and tough nerves and will. Although it was also in despair, it was tenacious and numb enough to hold on, to hold on. Moreover, every time Yang Dingtian put the sword on his neck, it would turn its head to look at him. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian would immediately wake up and put the sword back into the scabbard. Therefore, the Demon Vulture King had saved Yang Dingtian countless times. Yang Dingtian wasn't a person who lacked willpower. He really didn't think of giving up or committing suicide. But his body instinctively made a suicidal reaction. Fortunately, there was the Demon Vulture King. Otherwise, he would have died. Anyone who came to the taboo continent, unless they were completely numb, would either starve to death or commit suicide. Day after day, he walked. He didn't know how long he had walked. Perhaps it was a long, long, long time. It was really a long, long, long time. Yang Dingtian's beard was almost half a foot long. At this time, Yang Dingtian could no longer see or feel anything around him. He carried the Demon Vulture King like this. Even if his profound qi was completely exhausted, he didn't care. He just kept walking like this, and didn't plan to wake up the Demon Vulture King. He planned to exhaust his profound qi like this, and then he couldn't hold on to the ground, fall directly into the deep space, and then die like this. How long had he been walking in this place? More than 10,000 miles, more than 10,000 miles. Or even further, 20,000 miles, 30,000 miles. How long had he been in the taboo continent? 2 months? 3 months? Or even more? It had even exceeded the time of the duel with Wu Yuming. There was a kind of despair called nothing. There was no goal, no hope, no life, no wind, no stone. He walked aimlessly like this, walked more than 10,000 miles, or even further. Still, he didn't see anything. Perhaps, the taboo continent was a scam. Perhaps, Shadowless had never been to the taboo continent, and the place he went to was not called the taboo continent at all. Otherwise, in such a long time, why was Shadowless the only one who came out of the taboo continent? I'll just die like this. Just give up like this. Just like this, fall into the endless deep space. Yang Dingtian exhausted all his profound chi bit by bit, but still didn't wake up the demon vulture king. Then, his legs suddenly trembled. That's right, his profound chi was about to be exhausted. Soon, he couldn't hold on to the ground, and was about to fall into the endless deep space. Once he fell into the deep space, he, who lost the ability to fly, could only drift in the starry sky forever until he died. Die. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes, and his legs were about to leave the ground. Whoosh! Suddenly, there seemed to be a black dot in front of him, a figure. Yang Dingtian suddenly opened his eyes. That's right, it was a black dot, a figure. In an instant, all the vitality, all the hope, crazily rushed into Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian's profound chi was exhausted, but it didn't matter. He directly burned his sea of chi, released his profound chi, and then rushed to the black dot in front of him at the fastest speed. Yang Dingtian was worried that his eyes were playing tricks on him, or that it was an illusion. That black dot was dozens of miles away. Yang Dingtian burned his sea of chi to produce profound chi, and rushed to the front of the black dot at the fastest speed. That's right, it was a person, not an illusion. Yang Dingtian immediately rushed to the front of this person. This was a woman. Her sword was stabbed into the ground, and then she tied her body to the sword with a rope. Therefore, she didn't fall into the deep space. However, she was unconscious, or perhaps completely dead. This was a woman with a very graceful figure. Yang Dingtian lifted her hair. This was a peerlessly beautiful woman. However, she was severely dehydrated. Her lips and skin were completely dry. Her entire body didn't have any reaction. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that she looked somewhat familiar. That's right, very familiar. She looked very much like Lingxi. That's right, it was Lingxi. Was this Lingxi's sister or Lingxi's mother? Lingxi and Vulture were biological siblings. Yang Dingtian remembered that Vulture seemed to only have one brother, Lingxi, and no other biological sisters. Then, this woman in front of him was Vulture's mother, Ling Bai. Why would she appear here? Yang Dingtian was shocked. Then, he woke up the demon Vulture King. He pulled out the woman's sword, and then hugged this woman who might be Ling Bai, and sat on the demon Vulture King's stomach. This woman could finally lie flat on the ground according to gravity. She didn't know how long she had been in the taboo continent, because the soles of her feet were already covered in a thick layer of calluses, and they were badly mutilated. She had already lost a lot of weight. Yang Dingtian thought that she was dead because she could no longer feel any pulse. He took out a condensation pill and gently poured it into the woman's mouth. The water seemed to flow into an incomparably dry field and instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, the woman's skin and mouth gradually became moist. Then, Yang Dingtian gave her another condensation pill. The woman's complexion gradually became rosy. Then, as if she had slept for a long time, she used all her strength to open her eyes. Am I dead? Is this hell? The woman said. You're not dead. Yang Dingtian, who are you? Me? Who am I? The woman said blankly, Oh, I'm Ling Bai. Vulture Palace's Ling Bai? Yang Dingtian asked. Oh, yes, Vulture Palace's Ling Bai. The woman instinctively and blankly replied. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. He did not expect that it was really Ling Bai. Why did you come here? Yang Dingtian. Because I have already reached a dead end. I have no way out. Ling Bai said, so, I came to the taboo continent. How long have you been here? Yang Dingtian asked. I don't know. I can't remember clearly. I walked for a long time. Very, very far. It seems like more than half a month. My black vulture died and fell into the deep space. Then, many days later, I finished all my pills, and then I also died. Ning Bai said. You didn't die. Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, the devil vulture king let out an excited scream. Yang Dingtian suddenly raised his head. Then, the blood all over his body almost completely gushed out. Incomparable excitement, incomparable ecstasy. It was as if a desperate person saw an oasis in the desert. Because, in front of him, maybe 100 miles, or a few hundred miles, there was a withered palace. It was floating in the air. Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. Could it be that this was the legendary soul-leaving palace? You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.